On Saturday, April 22nd, 2017, well over 100 readers and listeners converged on Westminster Presbyterian Church in Buffalo, New York, for a marathon reading of Emily Dickinson's poems. The poems were read from Emily Dickinson's Poems as She Preserved Them, edited by Christiane Miller, Belknap Press of Harvard University, 2016. The marathon was led by Chris Miller and hosted by the Reverend Thomas Yorty of Westminster. The marathon was supported by the UB English Department, Just Buffalo Literary Center, Talking Leaves Books, and Security Credit Systems. The marathon was videotaped in its 14-hour entirety. Video was recorded by Jeff Mace Maciejewski. Audio was recorded by Benjamin Jura. The marathon footage was put in final form by John Padgett at Padgett Films. The taping and final editing were underwritten by Adele and George Titita. The order of the poems is as captured by Chris Miller. They are gathered into the fascicles used by Dickinson to preserve the majority of her poems. There are 40 fascicles. In addition to the fascicles, there are also unbound sheets, loose poems, poems transcribed by others, and poems not retained. We wish to thank Chris Miller for leading this, the third marathon she has led in Buffalo, Tom Yorty at Westminster for being a gracious host, the sponsors, and the participants in the marathon. Above all, we wish to thank Emily Dickinson for writing so many beautiful poems.
Welcome to the April 22nd, 2017 third Community Buffalo Marathon reading of all of Emily Dickinson's poems. Now we begin.
The gentian weaves her fringes. The maple's loom is red. My departing blossoms obviate parade.
A brief but patient illness, an hour to prepare, and one below this morning is where the angels are. It was a short procession. The bobolink was there. An aged bee addressed us, and then we knelt in prayer. We trust that she was willing. We ask that we may be. Summer, sister, seraph, let us go with thee.
In the name of the bee, and of the butterfly, and of the breeze, amen.
Frequently the woods are pink, frequently are brown. Frequently the hills undress behind my native town. Oft the head is crested, I was wont to see, and as oft a cranny where it used to be. And the earth, they tell me, on its axis turned, wonderful rotation, but by 12 performed.
A steeple, petal, and a thorn upon a common summer's morn, a flask of dew, a bee or two, a breeze, a caper in the trees, and I'm a rose.
Distrustful of the gentian, and just to turn away, the fluttering of her fringes chid my perfidy. Weary for I will singing go. I shall not feel the sleet then, I shall not fear the snow.
Flee so the phantom meadow before the breathless bee, so bubble brooks and deserts on ears that dying lie. Burn so the evening spires to eyes that closing go, hangs so distant heaven to a hand below.
We lose because we win. Gamblers, recollecting which, toss their dice again.
All these my banners be, I sow my pageantry. In May, it rises train by train, then sleeps in state again. My chancel all the plain today.
To lose, if one can find again. To miss, if one shall meet. The burglar cannot rob, then the broker cannot cheat. So build the hillocks gaily, thou little spade of mine, leaving nooks for daisy and for columbine. You and I the secret of the crocus know. Let us chant it softly. There is no more snow.
To him who keeps an orchis heart, the swamps are pink in June, with June.
I had a golden guinea. I lost it in the sand. And though the sum was simple and pounds were in the land, still had it such a value unto my frugal eye that when I could not find it, I sat me down to sigh. I had a crimson robin who sang full many a day, but when the woods were painted, he too did fly away. Time brought me other robins, their ballads were the same. Still, for my missing troubadour, I kept the house at hame. I had a star in heaven, one Pleiad was its name, and when I was not heeding, it wandered from the same. And though the skies are crowded, and all the night a shine, I do not care about it, since none of them are mine. My story has a moral. I have a missing friend, Pleiad its name, and robin, and guinea in the sand. And when this mournful ditty, accompanied with tear, shall meet the eye of trader in country far from here, grant that repentance solemn may seize upon his mind, and he no consolation beneath the sun may find.
There is a morn by men unseen, whose maids upon remoter green keep their seraphic May. And all day long with dance and game and gamble I may never name, employ their holiday. Here to light measure move the feet, which walk no more the village street, nor by the wood are found. Here are the birds that sought the sun when last year's distaff idle hung, and summer's brows were bound. Ne'er saw I such a wondrous scene, ne'er such a ring on such a green, nor so serene array, as if the stars some summer night should swing their cups of chrysolite and revel till the day. Like thee to dance, like thee to sing, people upon the mystic green, I ask each new May morn. I wait thy far, fantastic bells, announcing me in other dells unto the different dawn.
As if I asked a common alms, and in my wondering hand a stranger pressed a kingdom, and I, bewildered, stand, as if I asked the Orient, headed for me a morn, and it she'd lift in purple dikes and flood me with the dawn.
She slept beneath a tree, remembered but by me. I touched her cradle, mute, she recognized the foot, put on her carmine suit, and see.
The feet of people walking home with gayer sandals go, the crocus till she rises, the vassal of the snow, the lips at hallelujah, long years of practice bore, till by and by these bargemen walked, singing on the shore. Pearls are the divers' farthings, extorted from the sea, pinions the seraph's wagon, pedestrian once as we. Night is the morning's canvas, larceny, legacy, death, but our rapt attention to immortality. My figures fail to tell me how far the village lies, whose peasants are the angels, whose cantons dot the skies. My classics veil their faces, my faith that dark adores, which from its solemn abbeys such resurrection pours.
It's all I have to bring today, this and my heart beside, this and my heart and all the fields and all the meadows wide. Be sure you count, should I forget, someone the sum could tell, this and my heart and all the bees which in the clover dwell.
Morns like these we parted, noons like these she rose, fluttering first then firmer to her fair repose. Never did she lisp it, it was not for me. She was mute from transport, I from agony. Till the evening nearing, one the curtains drew. Quick, a sharper rustling, and this linnet flew.
So has a daisy vanished from the fields today. She tiptoed many a slipper to paradise away. Oozed so in crimson bubbles, day's departing tide, blooming, tripping, flowing. Are you then with God?
If those I loved were lost, the crier's voice would tell me. If those I loved were found, the bells of Ghent would ring. Did those I loved repose, the daisy would impel me. Philip, when bewildered, bore his riddle in.
Adrift, a little boat adrift, and night is coming down. Will no one guide a little boat unto the nearest town? So sailors say on yesterday, just as the dusk was brown, one little boat gave up its strife and gurgled down and down. So angels say on yesterday, just as the dawn was red, one little boat, o'erspent with gales, retrimmed its masts, redecked its sails, and shot exultant on.
Summer for thee grant I may be when summer days are flown, thy music still when whippoorwill and oriole are done. For thee to bloom I'll skip the tomb and roll my blossoms o'er. Pray gather me, anemone, thy flower forevermore.
When roses cease to bloom, sir, and violets are done, when bumblebees in solemn flight have passed beyond the sun, the hand that paused to gather upon this summer's day will idle lie in auburn. Then take my flowers, pray.
Oh, if remembering were forgetting, then I remember not. And if forgetting, recollecting, how near I had forgot. And if to miss were merry, and to mourn were gay, how very blithe the maiden who gathered these today.
On this wondrous sea, sailing silently, ho, pilot, ho! Knowest thou the shore where no breakers roar, where the storm is o'er? In the silent west, many the sails at rest, the anchors fast. Thither I pilot thee, land, ho, eternity, ashore at last.
Garlands for queens may be, laurels for rare degree of soul or sword. Ah, but remembering me, ah, but remembering thee, nature in chivalry, nature in charity, nature in equity, the rose ordained.
Nobody knows this little rose, it might a pilgrim be, did I not take it from the ways and lift it up to thee. Only a bee will miss it, only a butterfly, hastening from far journey on its breast to lie. Only a bird will wonder, only a breeze will sigh. Ah, little rose, how easy for such as thee to die.
There is a word which bears a sword, can pierce an armed man. It hurls its barbed syllables and is mute again. But where it fell, the saved will tell on patriotic day, some epauletted brother gave his breath away. Wherever runs the breathless sun, wherever roams the day, there is its noiseless onset, there is its victory. Behold the keenest marksman, the most accomplished shot, time's sublimest target, is a soul forgot.
Through lane it lay, through bramble, through clearing and through wood. Banditti often passed us upon the lonely road. The wolf came peering curious. The owl looked puzzled down. The serpent's satin figure glid stealthily along. The tempest touched our garments. The lightning's pointers gleamed. Fierce from the crag above us, the hungry vulture screamed. The satyr's fingers beckoned, the valley murmured, come. These were the mates, this was the road. These children fluttered home.
The guest is gold and crimson, an opal guest and gray. Of ermine is his doublet, his capuchin gay. He reaches town at nightfall, he stops at every door. Who looks for him at morning, I pray him to explore the lapwing's pure territory, or the lapwing's shore.
Snowflakes. I counted till they danced so their slippers leaped the town. And then I took a pencil to note the rebels down. And then they grew so jolly I did resign the prig. And 10 of my once stately toes are marshaled for a jig.
Before the ice is in the pools, before the skaters go, or any cheek at nightfall is tarnished by the snow, before the fields have finished, before the Christmas tree, wonder upon wonder will arrive to me. While we touch the hems of on a summer's day, what is only walking just a bridge away, that which sings so, speaks so, when there's no one here, will the frock I wept in answer me to wear?
By such and such an offering to Mr. So-and-so, the web of life is woven, so martyrs' albums show.
It did not surprise me, so I said or thought, she will stir her pinions and the nest forgot, traverse broader forests, build in gayer boughs, breathe in ear more modern God's old-fashioned vows. This was but a birdling, what and if it be, one within my bosom had departed me. This was but a story, what and if indeed there were just such coffin in the heart instead.
When I count the seeds that are sown beneath, to bloom so by and by, when I con the people lain so low, to be received as high, when I believe the garden mortal shall not see, pick by faith its blossom and avoid its bee, I can spare this summer unreluctantly.
Bless God, he went as soldiers, his musket on his breast. Grant God, he charged the bravest of all the martial blessed. Please God, might I behold him in appollated white. I should not fear the foe then, I should not fear the fight.
If I should cease to bring a rose upon a festal day, 'twill be because beyond the rose I have been called away. If I should cease to take the names my buds commemorate, 'twill be because death's finger clasps my murmuring lip.
One sister have I in the house, and one a hedge away. There's only one recorded, but both belong to me. One came the road that I came, and wore my last year's gown. The other, as a bird her nest, builded our hearts among. She did not sing as we did, it was a different tune. Herself to her a music as bumblebee of June. Today is far from childhood, but up and down the hills I held her hand the tighter, which shortened all the miles. And still her hum the years among deceives the butterfly, and in her eye the velvets lie, moldered this many May. I spilt the dew, but took the morn, I chose this single star. From out the wide night's numbers, sue for evermore.
Lethe in my flower, of which they who drink in the fadeless orchards hear the bobbling. Merely flake or petal as the eye beholds. Jupiter, my father, I perceive the rose.
To venerate the simple days which lead the seasons by, needs but to remember that from you or I they may take the trifle termed mortality. To invest existence with a stately air, needs but to remember that the acorn there is the egg of forests for the upper air.
I've got an arrow here, loving the hand that sent it, I the dart revere. Fell, they will say, in skirmish, vanquished my soul will know by but a simple arrow sped by an archer's bow.
I robbed the woods, the trusting woods, the unsuspecting trees brought out their burrs and mosses, my fantasy to please. I scanned their trinkets, curious. I grasped, I bore away. What will the solemn hemlock, what will the oak tree say?
A day, help, help, another day. Your prayers, O passerby, from such a common ball as this might date a victory. From marshallings as simple the flags of nations swang. Steady, my soul, what issues upon thy arrow hang.
Could live, did live. Could die, did die. Could smile upon the whole through faith in one he met not, to introduce his soul. Could go from scene familiar to an untraversed spot, could contemplate the journey with unpuzzled heart. Such trust had one among us not today. We who saw the launching never sailed the bay.
If she had been the mistletoe, and I had been the rose, how gay upon your table my velvet life to close. Since I am of the druid, and since she is of the dew, I'll deck tradition's buttonhole and send the rose to you.
My wheel is in the dark. I cannot see a spoke, yet know its dripping feet go round and round. My foot is on the tide, an unfrequented road, yet have all roads a clearing at the end. Some have resigned the loom, some in the busy tomb find quaint employ. Some with new stately feet pass royal through the gate, flinging the problem back at you and I.
There's something quieter than sleep within this inner room. It wears a sprig upon its breast and will not tell its name. Some touch it and some kiss it, some chafe its idle hand. It has a simple gravity I do not understand. I would not weep if I were they. How rude in one to sob might scare the quiet fairy back to her native wood. While simple-hearted neighbors chat of the early dead, we, prone to periphrasis, remark that birds have fled.
I keep my pledge. I was not called. Death did not notice me. I bring my rose, I plight again by every sainted bee, by daisy called from hillside, by bobolink from lane. Blossom and I, her oath and mine, will surely come again.
Heart, we will forget him, you and I, tonight. You may forget the warmth he gave, I will forget the light. When you have done, pray tell me that I may straight begin. Haste, lest while you're lagging, I remember him.
Once more, my now bewildered dove bestirs her puzzled wings. Once more, her mistress on the deep her troubled question flings. Thrice to the floating casement the patriarch's bird returned. Courage, my brave Columba, there may yet be land.
Baffled for just a day or two, embarrassed, not afraid, encounter in my garden an unexpected maid. She beckons and the woods start. She nods and all begin. Surely such a country I was never in.
Delayed till she had ceased to know, delayed till in its vest of snow her loving bosom lay, an hour behind the fleeting breath, later by just an hour than death, oh, lagging yesterday. Could she have guessed that it would be, could but a crier of the joy have climbed the distant hill, had not the bliss so slow a pace, who knows but this surrendered face were undefeated still. Oh, if there may departing be any forgot by victory in her imperial round, show them this meek apparelled thing that could not stop to be a king, doubtful if it be crowned.
Some things that fly there be, birds, ours, the bumblebee, of these no elegy. Some things that stay there be, grief, hills, eternity, nor this behooveth me. There are that resting rise, can I expound the skies? how still the riddle lies.
Within my reach, I could have touched, I might have chanced that way. Soft sauntered through the village, sauntered as soft away. So unsuspected violets within the meadows go, too late for striving fingers that passed an hour ago.
So bashful when I spied her, so pretty, so ashamed, so hidden in her leaflets lest anybody find, so breathless till I passed her, so helpless when I turned and bore her struggling, blushing, her simple haunts beyond. For whom I robbed the dingle, for whom betrayed the dell, many will doubtless ask, but I shall never tell.
My friend must be a bird because it flies. Mortal my friend must be because it dies. Barbs has it like a bee. Ah, curious friend, thou puzzlest me.
Went up a year this evening, I recollect it well. Amid no bells nor bravos, the bystanders will tell. Cheerful as to the village, tranquil as to repose, chastened as to the chapel this humble tourist rose. Did not talk of returning, alluded to no time, when were the gales propitious, we might look for him. Was grateful for the roses in life's diverse bouquet, talked softly of new species to pick another day, beguiling thus the wondrous nearer drew. Hands bustled at the moorings, the crowd respectful grew, ascended from our vision to countenances new. A difference, a daisy, is all the rest I knew.
Angels in the early morning may be seen, the dews among, stooping, plucking, smiling, flying. Do the buds to them belong? Angels, when the sun is hottest, may be seen the sands among, stooping, plucking, sighing, flying, parched the flowers they bear along.
My nosegays are for captives, dim, long, expectant eyes, fingers denied the plucking, patient till paradise. To such, if they should whisper of morning and the moor, they bear no other errand, and I no other prayer.
Sexton, my master's sleeping here. Pray lead me to his bed. I came to build the bird's nest and sow the early seed, that when the snow creeps slowly from off his chamber door, daisies point the way there, and the troubadour.
The rainbow never tells me that gust and storm are by, yet is she more convincing than philosophy. My flowers turn from forums, yet eloquent declare, what Cato could improve me, except the birds were here.
One dignity delays for all one mitred afternoon. None can avoid this purple, none can avoid this crown. Coach it ensures, and footmen, chamber and state and throng, bells also in the village as we ride grand along. What dignified attendance, what service when we pause, how loyally at parting their 100 hats they raise, how pomp surpassing ermine, when simple you and I present our meek escutcheon and claim the ranked to die.
As by the dead we love to sit, become so wondrous dear, as for the lost we grapple, though all the rest are here. In broken mathematics we estimate our prize vast, in its fading ratio to our penurious eyes.
Cue me. My first line.
New feet within my garden go. New fingers stir the sod. It's in the middle.
I've lost my place. Hang on.
56?
New feet within my garden go, new fingers stir the sod. A troubadour upon the elm betrays the solitude. New children play upon the green, new weary sleep below, and still the pensive spring returns and still the punctual snow.
I hide myself within my flower, that wearing on your breast, you, unsuspecting, wear me too, and angels know the rest.
I never told the buried gold upon the hill that lies. I saw the sun, his plunder done, crouch low to guard his prize. He stood as near as stood you here. A pace had been between. Did but a snake bisect the break, my life had forfeit been. That was a wondrous booty, I hoped 'twas honest gained. Those were the fairest ingots that ever kissed the spade. Whether to keep the secret, whether to reveal, whether as I ponder, kid will sudden sail. Could a shrewd advise me, we might e'en divide. Should a shrewd betray me, atropos decide.
I never lost as much but twice, and that was in the sod. Twice have I stood a beggar before the door of God. Angels, twice descending, reimbursed my store. Burglar, banker, father, I am poor once more.
I haven't told my garden yet, lest that should conquer me. I haven't quite the strength now to break it to the bee. I will not name it in the street, for shops would stare at me, that one so shy, so ignorant, should have the face to die. The hillsides must not know it, where I have rambled so, nor tell the loving forest the day that I shall go, nor lisp it at the table, nor heedless by the way, hint that within the riddle one will walk today.
I often passed the village when going home from school and wondered what they did there and why it was so still. I did not know the year then in which my call would come, earlier by the dial than the rest have gone. It's stiller than the sundown, it's cooler than the dawn. The daisies dare to come here and birds can flutter down. So when you are tired or perplexed or cold, trust the loving promise underneath the mold. Cry, it's I. Take Dolly, and I will enfold.
The morns are meeker than they were. The nuts are getting brown. The berry's cheek is plumper. The rose is out of town. The maple wears a gayer scarf. The field a scarlet gown. Lest I should be old-fashioned, I'll put a trinket on.
Whether my bark went down at sea, whether she met with gales, whether to isles enchanted she bent her docile sails, by what mystic mooring she is held today, this is the errand of the eye out upon the bay.
Taken from men this morning, carried by men today, met by the gods with banners who marshaled her away. One little maid from playmates, one little maid from school. There must be guests in Eden, all the rooms are full. Far as the east from even, dim as the border star, courtiers quaint and kingdoms our departed are.
Sleep is supposed to be by souls of sanity, the shutting of the eye. Sleep is the station grand, down with, on either hand, the hosts of witness stand. Morn is supposed to be, by people of degree, the breaking of the day. Morning has not occurred. That shall Aurora be, east of eternity. One with the banner gay, one in the red array. That is the break of day.
If I should die, and you should live, and time should gurgle on, and morn should beam, and noon should burn, as it has usual done, if birds should build as clearly, as early, and bees as bustling go, one might depart at option from enterprise below. 'Tis sweet to know that stocks will stand when we with daisies lie, that commerce will continue, and trades as briskly fly. It makes the parting tranquil, and keeps the soul serene, that gentlemen so sprightly conduct the pleasing scene.
by chivalry as tiny, a blossom or a brook, the seeds of smiles are planted, which blossom in the dark.
Perhaps you'd like to buy a flower, but I could never sell. If you would like to borrow until the daffodil unties her yellow bonnet beneath the village door, until the bees from clover rose their hock and sherry draw, why, I will lend you until just then, but not an hour more.
Water is taught by thirst, land by the ocean's past, transport by throw, peace by its battles told, love by memorial mold, birds by the snow.
Have you got a brook in your little heart where bashful flowers blow, and blushing birds go down to drink, and shadows tremble so? And nobody knows, so still it flows, that any brook is there, and yet your little drought of life is daily drunken there. Why, look out for the little brook in March when the rivers overflow and the snows come hurrying from the hills and the bridges often go. And later in August it may be, when the meadows parching lie, beware lest this little brook of life some burning noon go dry.
Flowers, well, if anybody, can the ecstasy define? Half a transport, half a trouble, with which flowers humble men. Anybody find the fountain from which floods so contraflow? I will give him all the daisies which upon the hillside blow. Too much pathos in their faces for a simple breast like mine. Butterflies from St. Domingo, cruising round the purple line, have a system of aesthetics far superior to mine.
Pygmy seraphs gone astray, velvet people from Vevey, bells from some lost summer day, bees' exclusive coterie. Paris could not lay the fold, belted down with emerald, Venice could not show a cheek of a tint so lustrous meek. Never such an ambuscade as of briar and leaf displayed for my little damask maid. I'd rather wear her grace than an earl's distinguished face. I'd rather dwell like her than be Duke of Exeter, royal enough for me to subdue the bumblebee.
Heart not so heavy as mine wending late home, as it passed my window whistled itself a tune, a careless snatch, a ballad, a ditty of the street, yet to my irritated ear an anodyne so sweet. It was as if a bobolink sauntering this way caroled and mused and curled and bubbled slow away. It was as if a chirping brook upon a toilsome way set bleeding feet to minuets without the knowing why. Tomorrow night will come again, perhaps tired and sore. Oh, bugle by the window, I pray you stroll once more.
Soul, wilt thou toss again? By just such a hazard, hundreds have lost indeed, but tens have won, and all. Angel's breathless ballot lingers to record thee. Imps in eager caucus raffle for my soul.
An altered look about the hills, a Tyrian light the village fills, a wider sunrise in the morn, a deeper twilight on the lawn, a print of a vermilion foot, a purple finger on the slope, a flippant fly upon the pane, a spider at his trade again, an added strut in Chanticleer, a flower expected everywhere, an axe shrill singing in the woods, fern odors on untraveled roads. All this and more I cannot tell, a furtive look you know as well, and Nicodemus's mystery receives its annual reply.
Some too fragile for winter winds, the thoughtful grave encloses, tenderly tucking them in from frost before their feet are cold. Never the treasures in her nest the cautious grave exposes, building where schoolboy dare not look and sportsman is not bold. This covert had all the children, early age and often cold, sparrows unnoticed by the Father, lambs for whom time had not a fold.
Whose are the little beds, I asked, which in the valleys lie? Some shook their heads and others smiled, and no one made reply. Perhaps they did not hear, I said. I will inquire again. Whose are the beds, the tiny beds, so thick upon the plain? 'Tis Daisy in the shortest, a little further on, nearest the door to wake the first, little Leontodon. 'Tis Iris, Sir, and Aster, Anemone, and Bell, Bartzia in the blanket red, and chubby Daffodil. Meanwhile, at many cradles, her busy foot she plied, humming the quaintest lullaby that ever rocked a child. Hush! A Pygia wakens, the crocus stirs her lids. Rhodore's cheek is crimson, she's dreaming of the woods. Then turning from them reverent, their bedtime 'tis, she said. The bumblebees will wake them when April woods are red.
For every bird a nest, wherefore in timid quest some little wren goes seeking round. Wherefore, when boughs are free, households in every tree, pilgrim be found. Perhaps a home too high, aristocracy, the little wren desires. Perhaps of twig so fine, of twine e'en superfine, her pride aspires. The lark is not ashamed to build upon the ground her modest nest, yet who of all the throng, dancing around the sun, does so rejoice?
They have not chosen me, he said, but I have chosen them. Brave, broken-hearted statement uttered in Bethlehem. I could not have told it, but since Jesus dared, sovereign, know a daisy thy dishonor shared.
She bore it till the simple veins traced azure on her hand, till pleading round her quiet eyes the purple crayons stand, till daffodils had come and gone, I cannot tell the sum. And then she ceased to bear it, and with the saints sat down. No more her patient figure at twilight soft to meet, no more her timid bonnet upon the village street, but crowns instead, and courtiers, and in the midst so fair, whose but her shy, immortal face, of whom we're whispering here.
We should not mind so small a flower, except it quiet bring our little garden that we lost back to the lawn again. So spicy her carnations nod, so drunken reel her bees, so silver steal 100 flutes from out 100 trees, that whoso sees this little flower by faith may clear behold the bobolinks around the throne and dandelions gold.
This heart that broke so long, these feet that never flagged, this faith that watched for star in vain, give gently to the dead. Hound cannot overtake the hare that fluttered panting here, nor any schoolboy rob the nest, tenderness builded there.
On such a night, or such a night, would anybody care if such a little figure slipped quiet from its chair? So quiet oh how quiet, that nobody might know, but that the little figure rocked softer to and fro. On such a dawn, or such a dawn, would anybody sigh that such a little figure, too sound asleep, did lie? For chanticleer to wake it, or stirring house below, or giddy bird in orchard, or early task to do. There was a little figure plump for every little knoll, busy needles and spools of thread, and trudging feet from school, playmates and holidays and nuts and visions vast and small. Strange that the little feet so precious charged should reach so small a goal.
So from the mold, scarlet and gold, many a bulb will rise. hidden away cunningly from sagacious eyes. So from cocoon many a worm leaps so highland gay. Peasants like me, peasants like thee, gaze perplexedly.
Artists wrestle here. Lo, a tint cashmere. Lo, a rose, student of the year. For the easel here, say repose.
Success is counted sweetest by those who ne'er succeed. To comprehend a nectar requires sorest need. Not one of all the purple host who took the flag today can tell the definition so clear of victory. As he defeated dying, on whose forbidden ear the distant strains of triumph burst agonized and clear.
The bee is not afraid of me. I know the butterfly. The pretty people in the woods receive me cordially. The brooks laugh louder when I come. The breezes madder play. Wherefore mine eye, thy silver mist? Wherefore, O summer's day?
Where bells no more affright the morn, where Scrabble never comes, where very nimble gentlemen are forced to keep their rooms, where tired children placid sleep through centuries of noon. This place is bliss, this town is heaven. Please, pater, pretty soon. Oh, could we climb where Moses stood and view the landscape o'er? Not father's bells nor factories could scare us anymore.
Ambition cannot find him. Affection doesn't know how many leagues of nowhere lie between them now. Yesterday, undistinguished, eminent today, for our mutual honor, immortality.
Our share of night to bear, our share of morning, our blank in bliss to fill, our blank in scorning. Here a star and there a star, some lose their way. Here a mist and there a mist, afterwards, day.
Good night, because we must. How intricate the dust. I would go to know. Oh, incognito. Saucy, saucy seraph to elude me so. Father, they won't tell me. Won't you tell them to?
South winds jostle them. Bumblebees come, hover, hesitate, drink, and are gone. Butterflies pause on their passage cashmere. I, softly plucking, present them here.
Lo, at my problem bending, another problem comes, larger than mine, serener, involving statelier sums. I check my busy pencil, my figures file away. Wherefore my baffled fingers, thy perplexity.
What inn is this where for the night peculiar traveler comes? Who is the landlord? Where are the maids? Behold, what curious rooms! No ruddy fires in the hearth, no brimming tankards flow. Necromancer, landlord, who are these below?
I had some things that I called mine, and God that he called his, till recently a rival claim deserved these amities. Thy property, my garden, which having sown with care, he claims the pretty acre and sends a bailiff there. The station of the parties forbids publicity, but justice is sublimer than arms or pedigree. I institute an action, I'll vindicate the law. Jove, choose your counsel, I retain Shaw.
In rags mysterious as these, the shining courtiers go, veiling the purple and the plumes, veiling the ermine so, smiling as they request an alms at some imposing door, smiling when we walk barefoot upon their golden floor.
My friend attacks my friend, oh battle picturesque. Then I turn soldier too, and he turns satirist. How martial is this place? Had I a mighty gun, I think I'd shoot the human race, and then to glory run.
Arcturus is his other name. I'd rather call him Star. It's very mean of science to go and interfere. I slew a worm the other day. A savant passing by murmured, Resurgam, centipede. Oh Lord, how frail are we. I pull a flower from the woods. A monster with a glass computes the stamens in a breath and has her in a class. Whereas I took the butterfly, aphrodite in my hat, he sits erect in cabinets, the clover bells forgot. What once was heaven is zenith now, where I propose to go, where time's brief masquerade was done is mapped and charted too. What if the poles should frisk about and stand upon their heads? I hope I'm ready for the worst, whatever prank betides. Perhaps the kingdom of heaven's changed. I hope the children there won't be new fashion when I come and laugh at me and stare. I hope the Father in the skies will lift his little girl, old-fashioned, naughty, everything, over the stile of pearl.
Talk with prudence to a beggar of Potosi and the mines, reverently to the hungry of your viands and your wines. Cautious, hint to any captive you have passed enfranchised feet. Anecdotes of air in dungeons have sometimes proved deadly sweet.
If this is fading, oh, let me immediately fade. If this is dying, bury me in such a shroud of red. If this is sleep, on such a night how proud to shut the eye. Good evening, gentle fellow men. Peacock presumes to die.
As watchers hang upon the east, as beggars revel at the feast by savory fancy spread, as brooks and deserts babble sweet on ear too far for the delight heaven beguiles the tired. As that same watcher when the east opens the lid of amethyst and lets the morning go, that beggar when an honored guest, those thirsty lips to flagons pressed, heaven to us, if true.
Her breast is fit for pearls, but I was not a diver. Her brow is fit for thrones, but I had not a crest. Her heart is fit for rest. I, a sparrow, build there, sweet of twigs and twine, my perennial nest.
A something in a summer's day, as slow her flambeaux burn away, which solemnizes me. A something in a summer's noon, a depth, an azure, a perfume, transcending ecstasy. And still within a summer's night, a something so transporting bright, I clap my hands to see, then veil my too inspecting face, lest such a subtle, shimmering grace flutter too far for me. The wizard fingers never rest, the purple brook within the breast still chafes its narrow bed, still rears the east her amber flag, guides still the sun along the crag, his caravan of red. So looking on, the night, the morn, conclude the wonder gay, and I meet coming through the dews another summer's day.
A throw upon the features, a hurry in the breath, an ecstasy of parting, denominated death, an anguish at the mention, which when to patience grown, I've known permission given to rejoin its own.
Glowing is her bonnet, glowing is her cheek, glowing is her kirtle, yet she cannot speak. Better as the daisy from the summer hill, vanish unrecorded save by tearful rill, save by loving sunrise looking for her face, save by feet unnumbered pausing at the place.
Many cross the Rhine in this cup of mine, Sip old Frankfurt air from my brown cigar.
In lands I never saw, they say immortal Alps look down, whose bonnets touch the firmament, whose sandals touch the town. Meek it whose everlasting feet a myriad daisy play, which, sir, are you, and which am I, upon an August day?
For each ecstatic instant we must an anguish pay in keen and quivering ratio to the ecstasy. For each beloved hour, sharp pittances of Yeats, bitter contested farthings and coffers heaped with tears.
Who never lost our unprepared a coronet to find, who never thirsted flagons and cooling tamarind, who never climbed the weary league, can such a foot explore the purple territories on Pizarro's shore? How many legions overcome, the emperor will say? How many colors taken on Revolution Day? How many bullets barest hast thou the royal scar? Angels, right promoted on this soldier's brow.
A lady red amid the hill her annual secret keeps. A lady white within the field in placid lily sleeps. The tidy breezes with their brooms sweep vale and hill and tree. Prithee, my pretty housewives, who may expected be? The neighbors do not suspect. The woods exchange a smile, orchid and buttercup and bird in such a little while, and yet how still the landscape stands and how nonchalant the hedge, as if the resurrection were nothing very strange.
To fight aloud is very brave, but gallanter, I know, who charge within the bosom the cavalry of woe, who win and nations do not see, who fall and none observe, whose dying eyes no country regards with patriot love. We trust in plumed procession, for such the angels go, rank after rank with even feet and uniforms of snow.
Houses, so the wise men tell me. Mansions, mansions must be warm. Mansions cannot let the tears in. Mansions must exclude the storm. Many mansions by his father, I don't know him, snugly built. Could the children find the way there? Some would even trudge tonight.
Bring me the sunset in a cup, reckon the morning's flagons up, and say how many do. Tell me how far the morning leaps. Tell me what time the weaver sleeps. Who spun the breadths of blue? Write me how many notes there be in the new robin's ecstasy. Excuse me. Among astonished boughs, how many trips the tortoise makes, how many cups the bee partakes, the debauchee of dews. Also who laid the rainbow spears, also who leads the docile spheres, but widths of supple blue. Whose fingers string the stalactite, who counts the wampum of the night to see that none is due? Who built this little Alban house and shut the windows down so close my spirit cannot see? Who let me out some gala day with implements to fly away, passing pomposity?
She died at play, gambled away her lease of spotted hours, then sank as gaily as a Turk upon a couch of flowers. Her ghost strolled softly o'er the hill, yesterday and today, her vestments as the silver fleece, her countenance as spray.
Cocoon above, cocoon below. Stealthy cocoon, why hide you so, what all the world suspect? An hour and gay on every tree, your secret perched in ecstasy defies imprisonment. An hour in chrysalis to pass, then gay above receding grass, a butterfly to go. A moment to interrogate, then wiser than a surrogate, the universe to know.
Exultation is the going of an inland soul to sea, past the houses, past the headlands, into deep eternity. Bred as we among the mountains, can the tailor understand this divine intoxication of the first league out from land?
I never hear the word escape without a quicker blood, a sudden expectation, a flying attitude. I never hear of prisons broad by soldiers battered down, but I tug childish at my bars only to fail again.
These are the days when birds come back, a very few, a bird or two, to take a backward look. These are the days when skies resume the old sophistries of June, a blue and gold mistake. O fraud that cannot cheat the bee, almost the plausibility induces my belief, till ranks of seeds their witness bear, and softly through the altered air hurries a timid leaf. O sacrament of summer days, O last communion in the haze, permit a child to join, thy sacred emblems to partake, thy consecrated bread to take, and thine immortal wine.
Besides, the autumn poets sing a few prosaic days, a little this side of the snow and that side of the haze, a few incisive mornings, a few ascetic eves. Gone, Mr. Bryant's goldenrod and Mr. Thompson's sheaves. Still is the bustle in the brook, sealed are the spicy valves. Mesmeric fingers softly touch the eyes of many elves. Perhaps a squirrel may remain, my sentiments to share. Grant me, O Lord, a sunny mind, thy windy will to bear.
Safe in their alabaster chambers, untouched by morning and untouched by noon, sleep the meek members of the resurrection, rafter of satin and roof of stone. Light laughs the breeze in her castle above them, babbles the bee in a stolid ear. Pipe the sweet birds in ignorant cadence. Ah, what sagacity perished here.
A poor, torn heart, a tattered heart that sat it down to rest, nor noticed that the ebbing day flowed silver to the west, nor noticed night did soft descend, nor constellation burn, intent upon the vision of latitudes unknown. The angels, happening that way, this dusty heart espied, tenderly took it up from toil and carried it to God. There, sandals for the barefoot, there, gathered from the gales, do the blue havens by the hand lead the wandering sails.
I bring an unaccustomed wine to lips long parching next to mine, and summon them to drink. Crackling with fever they essay, I turn my brimming eyes away and come next hour to look. The hands still hug the tardy glass, the lips I would have cooled, alas, are so superfluous cold. I would as soon attempt to warm the bosoms where the frost has lain ages beneath the mold. Some other thirsty there may be, to whom this would have pointed me, had it remained to speak. And so I always bear the cup, if haply mine be the drop, some pilgrim thirst to slake. If haply any say to me, unto the little, unto me, when I at last awake.
As children bid the guests good night, and then reluctant turn, my flowers raise their pretty lips, and then put their nightgowns on. As children caper when they wake, merry that it is morn, my flowers from 100 cribs will peep and prance again.
Going to heaven, I don't know when. Pray do not ask me how. Indeed, I'm too astonished to think of answering you. Going to heaven, how dim it sounds, and yet it will be done as sure as flocks go home at night unto the shepherd's arm. Perhaps you're going too. Who knows? If you should get there first, save just a little place for me close to the two I lost. The smallest robe will fit me and just a bit of crown, for you know we do not mind our dress when we are going home. I'm glad I don't believe it, for it would stop my breath, and I'd like to look a little more at such a curious earth. I'm glad they did believe it, whom I have never found since the mighty autumn afternoon I left them in the ground.
Our lives are Swiss, so still, so cool, till some odd afternoon the Alps neglect their curtains and we look farther on. Italy stands on the other side, while like a guard between, the solemn Alps, the siren Alps, forever intervene.
A little east of Jordan, evangelists record, a gymnast and an angel did wrestle long and hard, till morning touching mountain, and Jacob waxing strong, the angel begged permission to breakfast to return. Not so, said cunning Jacob, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me, stranger, the which acceded to. Light swung the silver fleeces, Peniel hills beyond, and the bewildered gymnast found he had worsted God.
All overgrown by cunning moss, all interspersed with weed, the little cage of Currer Bell in quiet Haworth laid. This bird, observing others when frost too sharp became, retired to other latitudes, quietly did the same, but differed in returning, since Yorkshire hills are green, yet not in all the nests I meet can nightingale be seen, or, gathered from many wanderings, Gethsemane can tell, through what transporting anguish she reached the apostle. Soft fall the sounds of Eden upon her puzzled ear. Oh, what an afternoon for heaven when Bronte entered there.
A science, so the savants say, comparative anatomy, by which a single bone is made a secret to unfold of some rare tenant of the mold, else perished in the stone. So to the eye perspective led, this meekest flower of the mead upon a winter's day stands representative in gold of rose and lily manifold and countless butterfly.
Will there really be a morning? Is there such a thing as day? Could I see it from the mountains if I were as tall as they? Has it feet like water lilies? Has it feathers like a bird? Is it brought from famous countries of which I have never heard? Oh, some scholar, oh, some sailor, oh, some wise men from the skies, please to tell a little pilgrim where the place called morning lies.
Great Caesar, condescend the daisy to receive, gathered by Cato's daughter, with your majestic leave.
I have a king who does not speak, so wondering, through the hours meek I trudge the day away, half glad when it is night, and sleep, if haply through a dream to peep in parlors shut by day. And if I do, when morning comes, as if 100 drums did round my pillow roll, and shouts fill all my childish sky, and bells keep saying victory from steeples in my soul. And if I don't, the little bird within the orchard is not heard, and I omit to pray, Father, thy will be done today, and for my will goes the other way, and in it were perjury.
Where I have lost, I softer tread. I sow sweet flower from garden bed. I pause above that vanished head and mourn. Whom I have lost, I pious guard from accent harsh or ruthless word, feeling as if their pillow heard through stone. When I have lost, you'll know by this, a bonnet black, a dusk surplice, a little tremor in my voice like this. Why I have lost, the people know who, dressed in frocks of purest snow, went home a century ago. Next bliss.
She went as quiet as the dew from an accustomed flower. Not like the dew did she return at the accustomed hour. She dropped as softly as a star from out my summer's eve, less skillful than Leverrier, it sorer to believe.
To hang our head ostensibly and subsequent to find that such was not the posture of our immortal mind, affords the sly presumption that in so dense a fuzz you too take cobweb attitudes upon a plane of gauze.
The daisy follows soft the sun, and when his golden walk is done, sits shyly at his feet. He, waking, finds the flower there. Wherefore, marauder, art thou here? Because, sir, love is sweet. We are the flower, thou the sun. Forgive us, if as days decline, we nearer steal to thee, enamored of the parting west, the peace, the flight, the amethyst, night's possibility.
Like her, the saints retire in their chapeau of fire. Martial is she. Like her, the evenings steal purple and cochineal after the day. Departed, both, they say, i.e., gathered away, not found. Argues the aster still, reasons the daffodil profound.
Papa above, regard a mouse o'erpowered by the cat. Reserve within thy kingdom a mansion for the rat. Snug in seraphic cupboards to nibble all the day, while unsuspecting cycles wheel solemnly away.
'Twas such a little boat that toddled down the bay. 'Twas such a gallant sea that beckoned it away. 'Twas such a greedy wave that licked it from the coast, nor ever guessed the stately sails my little craft was lost.
Sown in dishonor, ah, indeed, may this dishonor be? If I were half so fine myself, I'd notice nobody. Sown in corruption, not so fast, apostle is askew. Corinthians 1:15 narrates a circumstance or two.
She died. This was the way she died. And when her breath was done, took up her simple wardrobe and started for the sun. Her little figure at the gate the angels must have spied, since I could never find her upon the mortal side.
If pain for peace prepares, lo, what Augustan years our feet await. If springs from winter rise, can the anemones be reckoned up? If night stands first, then noon to gird us for the sun, what gaze when from 1,000 skies on our developed eyes noons blaze?
Surgeons must be very careful when they take the knife. Underneath their fine incision stirs the culprit life.
Some rainbow coming from the fair, some visions of the world cashmere I confidently see, or else a peacock's purple train, feather by feather on the plain, fritters itself away. The dreamy butterflies bestir, lethargic pools resume the whir of last year's sundered tune. From some old fortress in the sun, baronial bees march one by one in murmuring platoon. The robins stand as thick today as flakes of snow stood yesterday on fence and roof and twig. The orchis binds her feather on for her old lover, Don the sun, revisiting the bog. Without commander, countless still, the regiments of wood and hill in bright detachment stand. Behold, Whose multitudes are these, the children of whose turbaned seas, or what Circassian land?
By a flower, by a letter, by a nimble love, if I weld the rivet faster, final fast above. Never mind my breathless anvil, never mind repose, never mind the sooty faces tugging at the forge.
I can't tell you, but you feel it, nor can you tell me. Saints with ravaged slate and pencil solve our April day. Sweeter than a vanished frolic from a vanished green, swifter than the hooves of horsemen round a ledge of dream. Modest, let us walk among it with our faces veiled, as they say polite archangels do in meeting God. Not for me to prate about it, not for you to say to some fashionable lady, charming April day. Rather, heaven's Peter Parley, by which children slow to sublimer recitation are prepared to go.
A wounded deer leaps highest, I've heard the hunter tell. 'Tis but the ecstasy of death, and then the brake is still. The smitten rock that gushes, the trampled steel that springs, a cheek is always redder, just where the hectic stings. Mirth is the mail of anguish, in which it cautious arm, lest anybody spy the blood, and you're hurt, exclaim.
The sun kept stooping, stooping low, the hills to meet him rose. On his side, what transaction, on their side, what repose. Deeper and deeper grew the stain upon the window pane. Thicker and thicker stood the feet until the Tyrian was crowded dense with armies, so gay, so brigadier, that I felt martial stirrings, who once the cockade wore, charged from my chimney corner, but nobody was there.
I met a king this afternoon. He had not on a crown, indeed. Little palm leaf hat was all, and he was barefoot, I'm afraid. But sure I am he ermine wore beneath his faded jacket's blue, and sure I am the crest he bore within that jacket pocket too. For 'twas too stately for an earl, marquis would not go so grand. 'Twas possibly a czar petite, a pope, or something of that kind. If I must tell you of a horse my freckled monarch held the rein, doubtless an estimable beast, but not at all disposed to run. At such a wagon, while I live, dare I presume to see another such a vehicle as then transported me. 2 other ragged princes his royal state partook, doubtless the first excursion these sovereigns ever took. I question if the royal coach, round which the footmen wait, has the significance on high of this barefoot estate.
To learn the transport by the pain, as blind men learn the sun. To die of thirst, suspecting that brooks in meadows run. To stay the homesick feet upon a foreign shore, haunted by native lands the while, and blue, beloved air. This is the sovereign anguish, this the signal woe. These are the patient laureates, whose voices, trained below, ascend in ceaseless carol, inaudible indeed, to us, the duller scholars of the mysterious bard.
If the foolish call them flowers, need the wiser tell? If the savants classify them, it is just as well. Those who read the Revelations must not criticize those who read the same edition with beclouded eyes. Could we stand with that old Moses, Canaan denied, scan like him the stately landscape on the other side? Doubtless we should deem superfluous many sciences not pursued by learned angels in scholastic skies. Lo, amid that glad belles lettres, grant that we may stand, stars amid profound galaxies on that grand right hand.
In ebon box, when years have flown, to reverently peer, wiping away the velvet dust summers have sprinkled there, to hold a letter to the light grown tawny now with time, to con the faded syllables that quickened us like wine, perhaps a flower's shriveled cheek among its stores to find, plucked far away some morning by gallant, moldering hand, a curl perhaps from foreheads our constancy forgot, perhaps an antique trinket in vanished fashions set, and then to lay them quiet back and go about its care as if the little ebon box were none of our affair.
Portraits are to daily faces as an evening west to a fine pedantic sunshine in a satin vest.
Wait till the majesty of death invests so mean a brow. Almost a powdered footman might dare to touch it now. Wait till in everlasting robes this Democrat is dressed, then prate about preferment and station and the rest. Around this quiet courtier, obsequious angels wait. Full royal is his retinue, full purple is his state. A lord might dare to lift the hat to such a modest clay, since that my lord, the Lord of Lords, receives unblushingly.
I'll pass. Go ahead.
Poverty, and yet as poor as I have ventured all upon a throw, have gained, yes, hesitated so this side the victory. Life is but life and death but death, bliss is but bliss and breath but breath. And if indeed I fail, at least to know the worst is sweet. Defeat means nothing but defeat, no drearier can befall. And if I gain, O gun at sea, O bells that in the steeples be, at first repeat it slow. For heaven is a different thing, conjectured and waked sudden in, and might extinguish me.
A fuzzy fellow without feet, yet doth exceeding run. Of velvet is his countenance, and his complexion dun. Sometime he dwelleth in the grass, sometime upon a bough, from which he doth descend in plush upon the passer-by. All this in summer, but when the winds alarm the forest folk, he taketh damask residence and struts in sewing silk. Then, finer than a lady, emerges in the spring, a feather on each shoulder, you'd scarce recognize him. By men yclept caterpillar, by me, but who am I, to tell the pretty secret of the butterfly?
At last, to be identified. At last, the lamps upon thy side, the rest of life to see. Past midnight, past the morning star, past sunrise. Ah, what leagues there were between our feet and day.
I have never seen volcanoes, but when travelers tell how old those phlegmatic mountains, usually so still, bear within appalling ordnance, fire and smoke and gun, taking villages for breakfast and appalling men. If the stillness is volcanic in the human face, when upon a pane titanic features keep their place. If at length the smoldering anguish will not overcome, and the palpitating vineyard in the dust be thrown, if some loving antiquary on resumption morn will not cry with joy, Pompeii, to the hills return.
Dust is the only secret. Death, the only one you cannot find all about in his native town. Nobody knew his father, never was a boy, hadn't any playmates or early history. Industrious, laconic, punctual, sedate, bold as a brigand, stiller than a fleet. Bills like a bird, too. Christ robs the nest. Robin after robin, smuggled to rest.
I'm the little heart's ease. I don't care for pouting skies. If the butterfly delay, can I therefore stay away? If the coward bumblebee in his chimney corner stay, I must resoluter be. Who'll apologize for me? Dear, old-fashioned little flower, Eden is old-fashioned too. Birds are antiquated fellows. Heaven does not change her blue. Nor will I, the little heart's ease, ever be induced to do.
Necromancy sweet, wizard erudite, teach me the skill that I instill the pain surgeons assuage in vain, nor help of all the plain can heal.
Except to heaven she is not, except for angels lone, except to some wide wandering bee, a flower superfluous blown, except for winds provincial, except by butterflies unnoticed as a single dew that on the acre lies, the smallest housewife in the grass, yet take her from the lawn, and somebody has lost the face that made existence home.
Pictures are to daily faces as an evening west to a fine pedantic sunshine in a satin vest.
I cautious scanned my little life. I winnowed what would fade from what would last till heads like mine should be a dreaming laid. I put the latter in a barn, the former blew away. I went one winter morning, and lo, my priceless hay was not upon the scaffold, was not upon the beam. And from a thriving farmer, a cynic I became. Whether a thief did it, whether it was the wind, whether deity's guiltless, my business is to find. So I begin to ransack. How is it, hearts, with thee? Art thou within the little barn love provided thee?
If I could bribe them by a rose, I'd bring them every flower that grows from Amherst to Kashmir. I would not stop for night or storm or frost or death or anyone my business were so dear. If they would linger for a bird, my tambourine would soonest heard amongst the April woods, unwearied all the summer long, only to break in wilder song when winter shook the boughs. What if they hear me? Who shall say that such an importunity may not at last avail? That weary of this beggar's face, they may not finally say yes and drive her from the hall.
Except some little Arctic flower upon the polar hem went wandering down the latitudes until it puzzled came to continents of summer, to firmaments of sun, to strange bright crowds of flowers and birds of foreign tongue. I say, as if this little flower to Eden wandered in, what then? Why, nothing, only your inference therefrom.
What shall I do? It whimpers so, this little hound within the heart, all day and night, with bark and start, and yet it will not go. Would you untie it were you me? Would it stop whining if to thee I sent it, even now? It should not tease you by your chair or on the mat, or if it dare to climb your dizzy knee, or sometimes at your side to run when you were willing. May it come, tell Carlo, he'll tell me.
How many times these low feet staggered, only the soldered mouth can tell. Try, can you stir the awful rivet? Try, can you lift the hasps of steel? Stroke the cool forehead, hot so often. Lift, if you care, the listless hair. Handle the adamantine fingers, never a thimble more shall wear. Buzz the dull flies on the chamber window. Brave shines the sun through the freckled pane. Fearless, the cobweb swings from the ceiling, indolent housewife in Daisy's lane.
Make me a picture of the sun so I can hang it in my room and make believe I'm getting warm when others call it day. Draw me a robin on a stem so I am hearing him all dream, and when the orchards stop their tune, put my pretense away. Say if it's really warm at noon, whether it's buttercups that skim or butterflies that bloom. Then skip the frost upon the lea and skip the russet on the tree. Let's play those never come.
Bound a trouble and lives can bear it. Limit how deep a bleeding go. So many drops of vital scarlet deal with the soul as with algebra. Tell it the ages to a cipher, and it will ache contented on, sing at its pain as any workman, notching the fall of the even sun.
What is paradise? Who live there? Are they farmers? Do they hoe? Do they know that this is Amherst and that I am coming too? Do they wear new shoes in Eden? Is it always pleasant there? Won't they scold us when we're hungry or tell God how cross we are? You are sure there's such a person as a father in the sky. So if I get lost there ever, or do what the nurse calls die, I shan't walk the Jasper barefoot. Ransom folks won't laugh at me. Maybe Eden ain't so lonesome as New England used to be.
The murmur of a bee, a witchcraft yieldeth me. If any ask me why, 'twere easier to die than tell. The red upon the hill taketh away my will. If anybody sneer, take care, for God is here, that's all. The breaking of the day addeth to my degree. If any ask me how, artist who drew me so must tell.
You love me, you are sure. I shall not fear mistake. I shall not cheated wake some grinning morn to find the sunrise left and orchards unbereft and Dolly gone. I need not start. You're sure that night will never be, when frightened, home to thee I run to find the window dark and no more Dolly, Mark, quite none? Be sure you're sure, you know. I'll bear it better now, if you'll just tell me so, than when a little dull balm grown over this pain of mine, you sting again.
My river runs to thee, blue sea, wilt welcome me? My river waits reply. O sea, look graciously. I'll fetch thee brooks from spotted nooks. Say, sea, take me.
It's such a little thing to weep, so short a thing to sigh, and yet by trades the sighs of these we men and women die.
He was weak, and I was strong then, so he let me lead him in. I was weak, and he was strong then, so I let him lead me home. 'Twasn't far, the door was near, 'twasn't dark, for he went too. 'Twasn't loud, for he said not, that was all I cared to know. Day knocked, and we must part, neither was strongest now. He strove, and I strove too. We didn't do it, though.
The skies can't keep their secret. They tell it to the hills. The hills just tell the orchards, and they, the daffodils. A bird by chance that goes that way soft overhears the whole. If I should bribe the little bird, who knows what she would tell? I think I won't, however. It's finer not to know. If summer were an axiom, what sorcery had snow? To keep your secret, Father, I would not, if I could, know what the sapphire fellows do in your new fashioned world.
Poor little heart, did they forget thee? Then dinna care, then dinna care. Proud little heart, did they forsake thee? Be debonair, be debonair. Frail little heart, I would not break thee. Couldst credit me, couldst credit me? Gay little heart, like morning glory, wind and sun wilt thee array.
I shall know why when time is over, and I have ceased to wonder why. Christ will explain each separate anguish in the fair schoolroom of the sky. He will tell me what Peter promised, and I, for wonder at his woe, I shall forget the drop of anguish that scalds me now, that scalds me now.
On this long storm the rainbow rose, on this late morn the sun, the clouds like listless elephants' horizons straggled down. The birds rose smiling in their nests, the gales indeed were done. Alas, how heedless were the eyes on whom the summer shone. The quiet nonchalance of death no daybreak can bestir. The slow archangel's syllables must awaken her.
Musicians wrestle everywhere. All day among the crowded air, I hear the silver strife. And waking long before the morn, such transport breaks upon the town. I think it that new life. It is not bird, it has no nest, nor band in brass and scarlet dressed, nor tambourine, nor man. It is not hymn from pulpit read, the morning stars the treble led on time's first afternoon. Some say it is the spheres at play. Some say that bright majority of vanished dames and men. Some think it service in the place where we, with late celestial face, please God shall ascertain.
For this accepted breath, through it compete with death. The fellow cannot touch this crown, by it my title take. Ah, what a royal sake to my necessity stooped down. No wilderness can be where this attendeth me. No desert noon, no fear of frost to come haunt the perennial bloom, but certain June. Get Gabriel to tell the royal syllable, get saints with new unsteady tongue to say what trance below most like their glory show, fittest the crown.
We don't cry, Tim and I. We're far too grand. We bolt the door tight to prevent a friend. Then we hide our brave face deep in our hand, not to cry, Tim and I. We are far too grand. Nor to dream, he and me, do we condescend. We just shut our brown eye to see to the end. Tim, see cottages, oh, but oh, so high. Then we shake, Tim and I, and lest I cry, Tim reads a little hymn, and we both pray, please, sir, I and Tim always lost the way. We must die by and by, clergymen say. Tim shall, if I do, I too, if he. How shall we arrange it? Tim was so shy? Take a simultaneous, Lord, I, Tim, and me.
Dying, dying in the night. Won't somebody bring the light so I can see which way to go into the everlasting snow? And Jesus, where is Jesus gone? They said that Jesus always came. Perhaps he doesn't know the house. This way, Jesus, let him pass. Somebody run to the great gate and see if Dolly's coming. Wait! I hear her feet upon the stair. Death won't hurt now. Dolly's here.
Morning is the place for dew. Corn is made at noon. After dinner light for flowers, dukes for setting sun.
An awful tempest mashed the air. The clouds were gaunt and few. A black as of a specter's cloak hid heaven and earth from view. The creatures chuckled on the roofs and whistled in the air and shook their fists and gnashed their teeth and swung their frenzied hair. The morning lit, the birds arose. The monster's faded eyes turned slowly to his native coast, and peace was paradise.
I'm wife. I've finished that other state. I'm czar. I'm woman now. It's safer so. How odd the girl's life looks behind this soft eclipse. I think that earth feels so to folks in heaven now. This being comfort, then that other kind was pain. But why compare? I'm wife. Stop there.
I stole them from a bee because thee, sweet plea, he pardoned me.
Two swimmers wrestled on the spar until the morning sun, when one turned smiling to the land, oh God, the other one. The stray ships passing spied a face upon the waters born, with eyes in death still begging raised, and hands beseeching thrown.
My eye is fuller than my vase. Her cargo is of dew, and still my heart, my eye outweighs. East India for you.
He forgot, and I remembered. 'Twas an everyday affair, long ago as Christ and Peter warmed them at the temple fire. Thou wert with him, quoth the damsel. No, said Peter, 'twasn't me. Jesus merely looked at Peter. Could I do aught else to thee?
A slash of blue, a sweep of gray, some scarlet patches on the way compose an evening sky. A little purple slipped between some ruby trousers, hurried on, a wave of gold, a bank of day. This just makes out the morning sky.
I should not dare to leave my friend, because if he should die while I was gone, and I, too late, should reach the heart that wanted me. If I should disappoint the eyes that hunted so to see, and could not bear to shut until they noticed me. If I should stab the patient faith, so sure I'd come, it listening, went to sleep, telling my tardy name. My heart would wish it broke before, since breaking then, were useless as the next morning's sun, where midnight frosts had lain.
The flower must not blame the bee that seeketh his felicity too often at our door, but teach the footman from the they, mistress is not at home to say to people anymore.
Some keep the Sabbath going to church. I keep it staying at home, with a bobolink for a chorister and an orchard for a dome. Some keep the Sabbath in surplice. I just wear my wings. And instead of tolling the bell for church, our little sexton sings. God preaches a noted clergyman, and the sermon is never long. So, instead of getting to heaven at last, I'm going all along.
We, Bee and I, live by the quaffing. 'Tisn't all hock with us. Life has its ale, but it's many a lay of the dim burgundy we chant for cheer when the wines fail. Do we get drunk? Ask the jolly clovers. Do we beat our wife? I never wed. B pledges his in minute flagons, dainty as the trees on her deft head. While runs the Rhine, he and I revel, first at the vat and latest at the vine. Noon, our last cup, found dead of nectar by a humming coroner in a by time.
God permits industrious angels afternoons to play. I met one, forgot my schoolmates, all for him, straight away. God calls home the angels promptly at the setting sun. I missed mine, how dreary, marbles, after playing crown.
The sun just touched the morning. The morning, happy thing, supposed that he had come to dwell and life would be all spring. She felt herself supremer, a raised, ethereal thing. Henceforth for her, what holiday? Meanwhile, her wheeling king trailed slow along the orchards, his haughty, spangled hymns, leaving a new necessity, the want of diadems. The morning fluttered, staggered, felt feebly for her crown, her unanointed forehead, henceforth her only one.
The lamp burns sure within, though serfs supply the oil. It matters not the busy wick and her phosphoric toil. The slave forgets to fill, the lamp burns golden on, unconscious that the oil is out, as that the slave is gone.
Though my destiny be Faustian, hers be damask fine, though she wear a silver apron, I a less divine, still my little gypsy being I would far prefer, still my little sunburnt bosom to her rosier. For when frost their punctual fingers on her forehead lay, you and I and Dr. Holland bloom eternally, roses of a steadfast summer in a steadfast land, where no autumn lifts her pencil and no reapers stand.
Though I get home, how late, so I get home, 'twill compensate, better will be the ecstasy that they have done expecting me. When night descending, dumb and dark, they hear my unexpected knock, transporting must be the moment be, brewed from decades of agony. To think just how the fire will burn, just how long cheated eyes will turn, to wonder what myself will say, and what itself will say to me, beguiles the centuries of way.
The rose did caper on her cheek, her bodice rose and fell. Her pretty speech, like drunken men, did stagger pitiful. Her fingers fumbled at her work, her needle would not go. What ailed so smart a little maid, it puzzled me to know. Till opposite I spied a cheek that bore another rose, just opposite, another speech, that like the drunken goes. A vest like her bodice danced to the immortal tune, to those two troubled little clocks tick softly into one.
With thee in the desert, with thee in the thirst, with thee in the tamarind wood, leopard breathes at last.
Faith is a fine invention for gentlemen who see, but microscopes are prudent in an emergency.
The thought beneath so slight a film is more distinctly seen, as laces just reveal the surge, or mists the Apennine.
I'll tell you how the sun rose, a ribbon at a time. The steeple swam in amethyst, the news like squirrels ran. The hills untied their bonnets, the bobolinks begun. Then I said softly to myself, that must have been the sun. But how he set I know not. There seemed a purple stile, which little yellow boys and girls were climbing all the while, till when they reached the other side, a dominie in gray put gently up the evening bars and led the flock away.
A little bread, a crust, a crumb, a little trust, a demijohn can keep the soul alive. Not portly mind, but breathing warm, conscious, as old Napoleon the night before the crown. A modest lot, a faint petite, a brief campaign of sting and sweet is plenty, is enough. A sailor's business is the shore, a soldier's balls. Who asketh more must seek the neighboring life.
Just lost when I was saved, just felt the world go by, just girt me for the onset with eternity, when breath blew back, and on the other side I heard recede the disappointed tide. Therefore, as one returned, I feel odd secrets of the line to tell, some sailor skirting foreign shores, some pale reporter from the awful doors before the seal. Next time to stay, next time the things to see, by ear unheard, unscrutinized by eye, next time to tarry, while the ages steal, slow tramp the centuries, and the cycles wheel.
Come slowly, Eden, lips unused to thee, bashful sip digestaments, as the fainting bee, reaching latest flower, round her chamber hums, counts his nectars, enters, and is lost in balms.
Least rivers, docile to some sea, my Caspian, thee.
One life of so much consequence, yet I for it would pay my soul's entire income in ceaseless salary. One pearl, to me so signal that I would instant dive, although I knew to take it would cost me just a life. The sea is full, I know it. That does not blur my gem. It burns distinct from all the row, intact in diadem. The life is thick, I know it, yet not so dense a crowd, but monarchs are perceptible far down the dustiest road.
You're right. The way is narrow, and difficult the gate, and few there be, correct again, that enter in thereat. 'Tis costly, so are purples. 'Tis just the price of breath, with but the discount of the grave, termed by the brokers death. And after that, there's heaven, the good man's dividend, and bad men go to jail, I guess.
Safe in their alabaster chambers, untouched by morning and untouched by noon, lie the meek members of the resurrection, rafter of satin and roof of stone. Grand go the years in the crescent above them. Worlds scoop their arcs and firmaments roll. Diadems drop and doges surrender, soundless as dots on a disk of snow. Springs shake the sills, but the echoes stiffen horror. Is the window and numb the door. Tribes of eclipse and tents of marble, staples of ages, have buckled there. Springs shake the seals, but the silence stiffens. Frosts unhook in the northern zones. Icicles crawl from polar caverns. Midnight in marble refutes the suns.
The court is far away. No umpire have I. My sovereign is offended. To gain his grace, I'd die. I'll seek his royal feet. I'll say, remember, King, thou shalt thyself one day, a child, implore a larger thing. That empire is of czars, as small, they say, as I. Grant me that day the royalty to intercede for thee.
If he dissolve, then there is nothing more. Eclipse at midnight. It was dark before. Sunset at Easter. Blindness on the dawn. Faint star of Bethlehem gone down. Would but some God inform him, or it be too late. Say that the pulse just lisped the chariot's weight. Say that a little life for his is leaking red. His little spaniel, tell him, will he heed?
I think just how my shape will rise when I shall be forgiven, till hair and eyes and timid head are out of sight in heaven. I think just how my lips will weigh with shapeless, quivering prayer, that you, so late, consider me the sparrow of your care. I mind me that of anguish sent, some drifts were moved away before my simple bosom broke, and why not this, if they? And so I con that thing forgiven, until delirious borne by my long, bright, and longer trust, I drop my heart unshriven.
I've nothing else to bring, you know, so I keep bringing these, just as the night keeps fetching stars to our familiar eyes. Maybe we shouldn't mind them unless they didn't come. Then maybe it would puzzle us to find our way home.
A mean to move a queen, half child, half heroine, an Orleans in the eye that puts its manner by for humbler company when none are near, even a tear, its frequent visitor. A bonnet like a duke, and yet a wren's peruke, were not so shy of goer by, and hands so slight they would elate a sprite with merriment. A voice that alters low, and on the ear can go like let of snow, or shift supreme as tone of realm on subject's diadem, too small to fear, too distant to endear, and so men compromise and just revere.
The drop that wrestles in the sea forgets her own locality as I in thee. She knows herself an offering small, yet small she sighs, if all is all, how larger be. The ocean smiles at her conceit, but she, forgetting Amphitrite, pleads me.
Robin's my criterion for tune because I grow where robins do. But were I cuckoo born, I'd swear by him. The ode familiar rules the noon. The buttercup's my whim for bloom because we're orchard sprung. But were I Britain born, I'd daisies spurn. None but the nut, October fit, because though dropping it, the seasons flit. I'm taught, without the snow's tableau, winter were lie to me, because I see, New Englandly, the queen discerns like me, provincially.
I've known heaven like a tent to wrap its shining yards, pluck up its stakes, and disappear without the sound of boards or rip of nail or carpenter, but just the miles of stair that signalize a show's retreat in North America. No trace, no figment of the thing that dazzled yesterday, No ring, no marvel, men and feats dissolved as utterly as birds' far navigation discloses just a hue, a plash of oars, a gaiety, then swallowed up of view.
I came to buy a smile today, but just a single smile. The smallest one upon your cheek will suit me just as well. The one that no one else would miss. It shone so very small. I'm pleading at the counter, sir. Could you afford to sell? I've diamonds on my fingers. You know what diamonds are. I've rubies like the evening blood and topaz like the star. Could be a bargain for a Jew. Say, may I have it, sir?
A clock stopped. Not the mantles. Geneva's farthest skill can't put the puppet bowing. That just now dangled still. An awe came on the trinket, the figures hunched with pain, then quivered out of decimals into degreeless noon. It will not stir for doctors, this pendulum of snow. The shopman importunes it while cool, concernless, no. Nods from the gilded pointers, nods from the second slim, decades of arrogance between the dial life and him.
I'm nobody. Who are you? Are you nobody too? Then there's a pair of us. Don't tell. They'd banish us, you know. How dreary to be somebody. How public, like a frog, to tell your name the livelong June to an admiring bog.
I held a jewel in my fingers and went to sleep. The day was warm and winds were prosy. I said, 'twill keep. I woke and chid my honest fingers. The gem was gone, and now an amethyst remembrance is all I own.
It is easy to work when the soul is at play, but when the soul is in pain, the hearing him put his playthings up make work difficult. Then it is simple to ache in the bone or the rind, but gimblets among the nerve, mangled daintier, terribler, like a panther in the glove.
That after horror, that was us. That passed the moldering pier. Just as the granite crumb let go, our Savior by a hair. A second more had dropped too deep for fishermen to plumb. The very profile of the thought puts recollection numb. The possibility to pass without a moment's bell into conjecture's presence is like a face of steel that suddenly looks into ours with a metallic grin, the cordiality of death who drills his welcome in.
Ah, moon and star, you are very far, and were no one farther than you, do you think I'd stop for a firmament, or a cubit, or so? I could borrow a bonnet of the lark, and a chamois silvered boot, and a stirrup of an antelope, and be with you tonight. But moon and star, though you are very far, there is one farther than you. He is more than the firmament from me, so I can never go.
Just so Christ raps, he doesn't weary, first at the knocker and then at the bell. Then, on divinest tiptoe standing, might he but spy the hidden, hiding soul. When he retires, chilled or weary, it will be ample time for me, patient upon the steps. Until then, heart, I am knocking low at thee.
Forever at his side to walk, the smaller of the two, grain of his grain, blood of his blood, 2 lives, 1 being now. Forever of his fate to taste, if grief the largest part, if joy to put my peace away for that beloved heart. All life to know each other whom we can never learn, and by a change called heaven, wrapped neighborhoods of men, just finding out what puzzled us without the lexicon.
It can't be summer. That got through. It's early yet for spring. There's that long town of white to cross before the blackbirds sing. It can't be dying. It's too rouge. The dead shall go in white. So sunset shuts my question down with cuffs of chrysolite.
What would I give to see his face? I'd give my life, of course, but that is not enough. Stop just a minute. Let me think. I'd give my biggest bobolink. That makes two. Him and life. You know who June is? I'd give her. Roses a day from Zanzibar. And lily tubes, like wells, bees, by the furlong. Straits of blue, navies of butterflies sail through, and dapple cowslip dells. Then I have shares in primrose banks, daffodil dowries, spicy stocks, dominions broad as dew. Bags of doubloons adventurous bees brought me from firmamental seas, and purple from Peru. Now, have I bought it? Shylock, say, sign me the bond. I vow to pay to her who pledges this 1 hour of her sovereign face. Ecstatic contract, niggard grace, my kingdom's worth of bliss.
Rearrange a wife's affection when they dislocate my brain, amputate my freckled bosom, make me bearded like a man. Blush, my spirit, in thy fastness, blush, my unacknowledged clay. 7 years of troth have taught thee more than wifehood ever may. Love that never leaped its socket, trust entrenched in narrow pain, constancy through fire awarded, anguish bare of anodyne. Burden borne so far triumphant, none suspect me of the crown, for I wear the thorns till sunset, then my diadem put on. Big my secret, but it's bandaged, it will never get away, till the day its weary keeper leads it through the grave to thee.
Why do they shut me out of heaven? Did I sing too loud? But I can say a little minor, timid as a bird. Wouldn't the angels try me just once more? Just see if I trouble them, but don't shut the door. Oh, if I were the gentleman in the white robe, and they were the little hand that knocked, could I forbid?
Wild nights, were I with thee, wild nights should be our luxury. Futile, the winds to a heart in port, done with the compass, done with the chart, rowing in Eden. Ah, the sea, might I but moor tonight in thee.
I shall keep singing. Birds will pass me on their way to yellower climes, each with a robin's expectation, I with my red breast and my rhymes. Late when I take my place in summer, but I shall bring a fuller tune. Vespers are sweeter than matins, signor, morning only the seed of noon.
Over the fence, strawberries grow. Over the fence, I could climb if I tried, I know. Berries are nice. But if I stained my apron, God would certainly scold. Oh dear, I guess if he were a boy, he'd climb if he could.
I taste a liquor never brewed, from tankard scooped in pearl. Not all the Frankfurt berries yield such an alcohol. Inebriate of air am I, and debauchee of dew, reeling through endless summer days from inns of molten blue. When landlords turn the drunken bee out of the foxglove's door, when butterflies renounce their drams, I shall but drink the more, till seraphs swing their snowy hats and saints to windows run, to see the little tippler from Manzanilla come.
Pine bough, a feather from the whippoorwill that everlasting sings, whose galleries are sunrise, whose stanzas are the springs, whose emerald nest the ages spin with mellow, murmuring thread, whose beryl egg, what schoolboys hunt in recess overhead.
I lost a world the other day. Has anybody found? You'll know it by the row of stars around its forehead bound. A rich man might not notice it, yet to my frugal eye, of more esteem than ducats, oh, find it, sir, for me.
If I shouldn't be alive when the robins come, give the one in red cravat a memorial crumb. If I couldn't thank you being fast asleep, you will know I'm trying with my granite lip.
I've heard an organ talk sometimes in a cathedral aisle and understood no word it said, yet held my breath the while, and risen up and gone away a more Bernardine girl, yet knew not what was done to me in that old chapel aisle.
A transport one cannot contain may yet a transport be, though God forbid it lift the lid unto its ecstasy. A diagram of rapture, a sixpence at a show, with Holy Ghost in cages, the universe would go.
Faith is a fine invention for gentlemen who see, but microscopes are prudent in an emergency.
I got so I could hear his name without tremendous gain, that stop sensation on my soul and thunder in the room. I got so I could walk across that angle in the floor where he turned so, and I turned how, and all our sinew tore. I got so I could stir the box in which his letters grew, without that forcing in my breath as staples driven through. Could dimly recollect a grace, I think they called it God, renowned to ease extremity when formula had failed, and shape my hands petition's way, though ignorant of a word that ordination utters, my business with the cloud, if any power behind it be, not subject to despair, it care in some remoter way for so minute affair as misery itself, too great for interrupting more.
A single screw of flesh is all that pins the soul, that stands for deity to mine, upon my side the veil. Once witnessed of the gauze, its name is put away, as far from mine as if no plight had printed yesterday. In tender, solemn alphabet, my eyes just turned to see, when it was smuggled by my sight into eternity. More hands to hold, these are but two, one more new-mailed nerve, just granted, for the peril's sake, some striding, giant love. So greater than the gods can show, they slink before the clay, that not for all their heaven can boast will let its keepsake go.
A weight with needles on the pounds to push and pierce besides, that if the flesh resist the heft, the puncture coolly tries, that not a pore be overlooked of all this compound frame, as manifold for anguish as species be for name.
Father, I bring thee not myself, that were the little load. I bring thee the departed heart I had not strength to hold. The heart I cherished in my own, till mine too heavy grew, yet strangest,
heavier since it went? Is it too large for you?
Where ships of purple gently toss on seas of daffodil, fantastic sailors mingle, and then the wharf is still.
This is the land the sunset washes. These are the banks of the Yellow Sea. Where it rose or whither it rushes, these are the Western mystery. Night after night, her purple traffic strews the landing with opal bales. Merchantmen poise upon horizons, dip and vanish like orioles.
The doomed regard the sunrise with different delight, because when next it burns abroad, they doubt to witness it. The man to die tomorrow harks for the meadow bird, because its music stirs the axe that clamors for his head. Joyful to whom the sunrise precedes enamored day, joyful for whom the meadow bird has aught but elegy.
Jesus, thy crucifix enabled thee to guess the smaller size. Jesus, thy second face mind thee in paradise of ours.
Did we disobey him just one time? Charged us to forget him, but we couldn't learn? Were himself such a dunce, what would we do? Love the dull lad best, oh, wouldn't you? Unto like story, trouble has enticed me, how kinsmen fell, brothers and sisters who preferred the glory, and their young will bent to the scaffold, or in dungeons chanted till God's full time, when they let go the ignominy, smiling and shame went still. Unto guest crests my moaning fancy leads me, worn fair by heads rejected in the lower country of honors there. Such spirit makes her perpetual mention that I grown bold, step martial at my crucifixion as trumpets rolled. Feet small as mine have marched in revolution, firm to the drum. Hands not so stout hoisted them in witness when speech went numb. Let me not shame their sublime deportments drilled bright, beckoning Etruscan invitation toward light.
1 year ago, God's what? God, spell the word. I can't. Wasn't grace? Not that. Wasn't glory? That will do. Spell slower. Glory. Such anniversaries shall be sometimes, not often, in eternity, when farther parted than the common road. Look, feed upon each other's faces, so. And doubtful meal, if it be possible, their banquets real. I tasted careless then. I did not know the wine. Came once a world, did you? Oh, had you told me so, this thirst would blister. Easier now. You said it hurt you most. Mine was an acorn's breast, and could not know how fondness grew in shaggier vest. Perhaps I couldn't, but had you looked in, a giant, eye to eye with you has been no acorn then. So 12 months ago we breathed and dropped the air which bore it best. Was this the pantanist? Because it was a child, you know, and could not value air. If it be elder, means most pain. I'm old enough. Today I'm certain then, as old as thee. How soon? 1 birthday more, or 10? Let me choose. Ah, sir, none.
It's like the light, a fashionless delight. It's like the bee, a dateless melody. It's like the woods, private like the breeze, phraseless, yet it stirs the proudest trees. It's like the morning, best when it's done, and the everlasting clocks chime noon.
Alone I cannot be, the hosts do visit me, recordless company, who baffle key. They have no robes nor names, no almanacs nor climes, but general homes like gnomes. Their coming may be known by couriers within. Their going is not, for they're never gone.
He put a belt around my life. I heard the buckle snap and turned away, imperial, my lifetime folding up, deliberate as a duke would do a kingdom's title deed, henceforth the dedicated sort, a member of the cloud. Yet not too far to come at call and do the little toil that make the circuit of the rest and deal occasional smiles to lives that stoop to notice mine and kindly ask it in, whose invitation know you not, for whom I must decline.
The only ghost I ever saw was dressed in Mechlin, so he had no sandal on his foot and stepped like flakes of snow. His mien was soundless like the bird, but rapid like the roe. His fashions quaint, mosaic, or haply mistletoe. His conversation seldom, his laughter like the breeze that dies away in dimples among the pensive trees. Our interview was transient. Of me, himself was shy, and God forbid I look behind since that appalling day.
Doubt me, my dim companion, why God would be content with but a fraction of the life, hoard thee without a stint. The whole of me forever, what more the woman can, say quick that I may dower thee with last delight I own. It cannot be my spirit, for that was thine before. I seeded all of dust I knew. What opulence the more had I, a freckled maiden, whose farthest of degree was that she might some distant heaven dwell timidly with thee. Sift her from brow to barefoot, strain till your last surmise, drop like a tapestry away before the fire's eyes, winnow her finest fondness, but hallow just the snow, intact in everlasting flake, O cavalier, for you.
Many a phrase has the English language. I have heard but one. Low as the laughter of the cricket, loud as the thunder's tone, murmuring like old Caspian choirs when the tide's a lull, saying itself in new inflection like a whippoorwill, breaking in bright orthography on my simple slate, thundering its perspective till I stir and weep, not for the sorrow done me, but the push of joy. Say it again, Saxton. Hush, only to me.
Of all the sounds dispatched abroad, there's not a charge to me like that old measure in the boughs, that phraseless melody. The wind does, working like a hand whose fingers brush the sky, then quiver down with tufts of tune. Permitted men and me, inheritance it is to us, beyond the art to earn, beyond the trait to take away by robber, since the gain is gotten not with fingers and inner than the bone had hid golden, for the whole of days, and even in the urn cannot vouch the merry dust. Do not arise and play in some odd fashion of its own, some quainter holiday, when winds go round and round in bands and thrum upon the door, and birds take places overhead, to bear them orchestra? I crave him grace the summer boughs, if such an outcast be. He never heard that fleshless chant rise solemn in the tree, as if some caravan of sound on deserts in the sky had broken rank, then knit and passed in seamless company.
Her smile was shaped like other smiles. The dimples ran along, and still it hurt you, as some bird did hoist herself to sing, then recollect a ball she got and hold upon the twig. Convulsive while the music crashed like beads among the bog, a happy lip breaks sudden, doesn't state you how. It contemplated smiling, just consummated now. But this one wears its merriment, so patient like a pain, fresh gilded, to elude the eyes unqualified to scan.
I know some lonely houses off the road, a robbered like the look of, wooden barred and windows hanging low, inviting to a portico where two could creep. One hands the tools, the other peep, to make sure all's asleep. Old-fashioned eyes not easy to surprise. How orderly the kitchen looked by night, with just a clock, but they could gag the tick and mice won't bark, and so the walls don't tell, none will. A pair of spectacles ajar, just stir, and almanacs aware. Was it the mat winked or a nervous star? The moon slides down the stair to see who's there. There's plunder where tankard or spoon, earring or stone, a watch, some ancient brooch to match the grandmama stayed sleeping there. Day rattles too, stealth slow. The sun has got as far as the third sycamore. Screams chanticleer, who's there? And echoes trains away, sneer, where? While the old couple just astir, fancy the sunrise, left the door ajar.
I can wait grief, whole pools of it. I'm used to that. But the least push of joy breaks up my feet, and I tip drunken. Let no pebble smile. 'Twas the new liquor, that was all. Power is only pain, stranded through discipline, till weights will hang. Give balm to giants, and thou wilt, like men, give Himile, thou carry him.
You see, I cannot see your lifetime. I must guess. How many times it ache for me today, confess. How many times for my far sake the brave eyes film. But I guess guessing hurts, mine gets so dim. Too vague the face, my own so patient covets. Too far the strength, my timidness enfolds, haunting the heart like her translated faces, teasing the want, it only can suffice.
Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without the words and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, and sore must be the storm that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest land and on the strangest sea, yet never in extremity it asked a crumb of me.
To die takes just a little while. They say it doesn't hurt. It's only fainter by degrees, and then it's out of sight. A darker ribbon for a day, a crepe upon the hat, and then the pretty sunshine comes and helps us to forget. The absent mystic creature that, but for the love of us, had gone to sleep that soundest time without the weariness.
If I'm lost now that I was found, shall still my transport be. that once on me those jasper gates blazed open suddenly, that in my awkward gazing face the angels softly peered and touched me with their fleeces, almost as if they cared. I'm banished now, you know it. How foreign that can be. You'll know, sir, when the Savior's face turns so away from you.
Delight is as the flight, or in the ratio of it, as the schools would say, the rainbow's way. A skein, flung colored after rain, would suit as bright, except that flight were ailment. If it would last, I asked the east, when that bent stripe struck up my childish firmament, and I for glee took rainbows as the common way, and empty skies the eccentricity. And so with lives, and so with butterflies, seen magic through the fright, that they will cheat the sight, and dour latitudes far on, some sudden morn, our portion in the fashion done.
She sweeps with many colored brooms and leaves the shreds behind. O housewife in the evening west, come back and dust the pond. You dropped a purple raveling in, you dropped an amber thread, and now you've littered all the east with duds of emerald. And still she plies her spotted brooms, and still the aprons fly, till brooms fade softly into stars, and then I come away.
Of bronze and blaze, the north tonight so adequate, it forms so preconcerted with itself, so distant to alarms, an unconcern so sovereign to universe or me, infects my simple spirit with taints of majesty, till I take vaster attitudes and strut upon my stem, disdaining men and oxygen for arrogance of them. My splendors are a menagerie, but their completeless show will entertain the centuries when I am long ago an island in dishonored grass, whom none but daisies know.
There is a certain slant of light, winter afternoons, that oppresses like the heft of cathedral tunes. Heavenly hurt it gives us. We can find no scar, but internal difference where the meanings are. None may teach it any. 'Tis the seal despair, an imperial affliction sent us of the air. When it comes, the landscape listens, shadows hold their breath. When it goes, 'tis like the distance on the look of death.
Blazing in gold and quenching in purple, leaping like leopards to the sky. Then at the feet of the old horizon laying its spotted face to die. Stooping as low as the kitchen window, touching the roof and tinting the barn, kissing its bonnet to the meadow, and the juggler of day is gone.
Good night, which put the candle out. A jealous zephyr, not a doubt. Ah, friend, you little knew how long at that celestial wick the angels labored diligent, extinguished now for you. It might have been the lighthouse spark some sailor rowing in the dark had importuned to see. It might have been the waning lamp that lit the drummer from the camp to pure revelry.
Read sweet how others strove, till we are stouter, what they renounced, till we are less afraid. How many times they bore the faithful witness, till we are helped, as if a kingdom cared. Read then of faith, that shone above the faggot. Clear strains of him the river could not drown. Brave names of men and celestial women passed out of record into renown.
Put up my lute, what of my music? Since the sole ear I cared to charm, passive as granite, laps my music. Sobbing will suit as well as psalm. Would but the Memnon of the desert teach me the strain that vanquished him when he surrendered to the sunrise. Maybe that would awaken them.
There came a day at summer's full entirely for me. I thought that such were for the saints where resurrection be. The sun, as common, went abroad, the flowers accustomed blew, as if no soul the solstice passed that maketh all things new. The time was scarce profaned by speech. The symbol of a word was needless, as its sacrament, the wardrobe of our Lord. Each was to each the sealed church, permitted to commune this time, lest we too awkward show at supper of the Lamb. The hours slid fast, as hours will, clutched tight by greedy hands. So faces on two decks looked back, bound to opposing lands. And so, when all the time had failed without external sound, each bound the other's crucifix, we gave no other bond. Sufficient troth that we shall rise, depose at length the grave, to that new marriage justified, through Calvaries of love.
The lonesome, for they know not what, the eastern exiles be, who strayed beyond the amber line, some madder holiday. And ever since the purple moat, they strive to climb in vain, as birds that tumble from the clouds do fumble at the strain. The blessed ether taught them some transatlantic morn, when heaven was too common to miss, too sure to dote upon.
How the old mountains drip with sunset, how the hemlocks burn, how the dunbrake is draped in cinder by the wizard sun, how the old steeples hand the scarlet till the ball is full. Have I the lip of the flamingo that I dare to tell? Then how the fire ebbs like billows touching all the grass, with a departing sapphire feature as a duchess passed. How a small dusk crawls on the village till the houses blot, and the odd flambeaux no men carry glimmer on the street. How it is night in nest and kennel, and where was the wood, just a dome of abyss is bowing into solitude. These are the visions flitted Guido, Titian never told. Domenichino dropped his pencil, paralyzed with gold.
Of tribulation, these are they, denoted by the white. The spangled gowns, a lesser rank of victors, designate. All these did conquer, but the ones who overcame most times wear nothing commoner than snow, no ornament but palms. Surrender is a sort unknown on this superior soil, defeat and outgrown anguish, remembered as the mile our panting angle barely passed when night devoured the road, and we stood whispering in the house, and all we said was saved.
If your nerve deny you, go above your nerve. He can lean against the grave if you fear to swerve. That's a steady posture, never any bend, held of those brass arms, best giant made. If your soul seesaw, lift the flesh door. The poltroon wants oxygen, nothing more.
The maddest dream recedes unrealized, the heaven we chase like the June bee before the schoolboy invites the race. Stoops to an easy clover, dips, evades, teases, deploys, then to the royal clouds. Spreads his light and is heedless of the boy staring defrauded at the mocking sky. Homesick for steadfast honey, the bee flies not that brews that rare variety.
What if I say, I shall not wait? What if I burst the fleshly gate and pass escaped to thee? What if I file this mortal off? See where it hurt me? That's enough. And step in liberty. They cannot take me anymore. Dungeons can call and guns implore, unmeaning now to me. As laughter was an hour ago, or laces, or a traveling show, or who died yesterday?
Ah, moon and star, you were very far. But were no one farther than you, do you think I'd stop for a firmament, or a cubit, or so? I could borrow a bonnet of the lark, and a chamois silver boot, and a stirrup of an antelope, and leap to you tonight. But moon and star, though you're very far, there is one farther than you. He is more than a firmament from me, and I cannot go.
A shady friend for torrid days is easier to find than one of higher temperature for frigid hour of mind. The vein a little to the east scares muslin sows away. If broadcloth hearts are firmer than those of organdy, who is to blame? The weaver? Ah, the bewildering thread, the tapestries of paradise so notelessly are made.
A solemn thing it was, I said, a woman white to be, and where, if God should count me fit, her blameless mystery. A timid thing to drop a life into the mystic well, too plummetless that it come back, eternity until. I pondered how the bliss would look, and would it feel as big when I could take it in my hand, as hovering seen through fog. And then the size of this small life, the sages call it small, swelled like horizons in my breast, and I sneered softly, small?
I breathed enough to take the trick, and now, removed from air, I simulate the breath so well that one, to be quite sure the lungs are stirless, must descend among the cunning cells and touch the pantomime, himself, how numb the bellows feels.
Kill your arm, and its odors bless you. Bear your jessamine to the storm, and she will fling her maddest perfume, haply your summer night to charm. Stab the bird that built in your bosom, oh, could you catch her last refrain? Bubble, forgive, some better, bubble, carol for him when I am gone.
Heaven is what I cannot reach. The apple on the tree, provided it do hopeless hang, that heaven is to me. The color on the cruising cloud, the interdicted land behind the hill, the house behind, there paradise is found. Her teasing purples afternoons, the credulous decoy, enamored of the conjurer that spurned us yesterday.
The feet of people walking home with gayer sandals go. The crocus till she rises, the vassal of the snow. The lips at hallelujah, long years of practice bore, till by and by these bargemen walk singing on the shore. Pearls are the divers' farthings extorted from the sea. Pinions, the seraph's wagon, pedestrian once as we. Night is the morning's canvas, larceny, legacy, death, our rapt attention to immortality. My figures fail to tell me how far the village lies. Whose peasants are the angels? Whose cantons dot the skies? My classics veil their faces, my faith that dark adores, which from its solemn abbeys such resurrection pours.
Inconceivably solemn, things so gay pierce by the very press of imagery. Their far parades order on the eye with a mute pomp, a pleading pageantry. Flags are a brave sight, but no true eye ever went by one steadily. Music's triumphant, but the fine ear winces with delight, our drums too near.
More life went out when he went than ordinary breath, lit with a fine phosphor, requiring in the quench. A power of renowned cold, the climate of the grave, a temperature just adequate, so answereth to live. For some, an ampler zero, a frost more needle keen, is necessary to reduce the Ethiop within. Others extinguish easier, a gnat's minutest fan, sufficient to obliterate a tract citizen, whose peat life, amply vivid, ignores the solemn news that Popocatepetl exists, or Etna's scarlets choose.
The months have ends, the years a knot. No power can untie to stretch a little further the skein of misery. The earth lays back these tired lives in her mysterious drawers, too tenderly that any doubt and ultimate repose. The manner of the children who weary of the day, themselves the noisy plaything they cannot put away.
Removed from accident of loss by accident of gain, befalling not my simple days, myself had just to earn of riches as unconscious as is the brown Malay. Of pearls in eastern waters marked his, what holiday would stir his slow conception? Had he the power to dream that but the dower's fraction awaited even him?
Your riches taught me poverty, myself a millionaire in little wealths as girls could boast, till broad as Buenos Aires, you drifted your dominions, a different Peru, and I esteemed all poverty for life's estate with you. Of mines I little know myself, but just the names of gems, the colors of the commonest and scarce of diadems. So much that did I meet the queen, her glory I should know, but this must be a different wealth, to miss it, beggars so. I'm sure 'tis India all day to those who look on you. Without a stint, without a blame, might I but be the Jew. I'm sure it is Golconda, beyond my power to deem, to have a smile for mine each day, how better than a gem. At least it solaces to know that there exists a gold, although I prove it just in time, its distance to behold. It's far, far treasure to surmise and estimate the pearl that slipped my simple fingers through while just a girl at school.
A toad can die of light. Death is the common right of toads and men. Of earl and midge the privilege, why swagger then? The gnat's supremacy is large as thine. Life is a different thing, so measure wine. Naked of flask, naked of cask, bare rind, Which ruby's mine?
There are two ripenings, one of sight, whose forces spheric round until the velvet product drop spicy to the ground. A homelier maturing, a process in the burr, which teeth of frosts alone disclose in still October air.
It ceased to hurt me, though so slow I could not see the trouble go, but only knew by looking back that something had obscured the track. Nor when it altered I could say, for I had worn it every day, as constant as the childish frock I hung upon the peg at night. But not the grief, that nestled close as needles, ladies softly pressed to cushions' cheeks to keep their place, nor what consoled it I could trace, except whereas 'twas wilderness, its better, almost peace.
Give little anguish, lives will fret. Give avalanches, and they'll slant. Straighten, look cautious for their breath, but make no syllable like death, who only shows his granite face, sublimer thing than speech.
The day's first night had come, and grateful that a thing so terrible had been endured, I told myself to sing. She said her strings were snapped, her bow to atoms blown, and so to mend her gave me work until another morn. And then a day as huge as yesterday's in pairs unrolled its horror in my face until it blocked my eyes. My brain began to laugh. I mumbled like a fool. And though 'tis years ago that day, my brain keeps giggling still. And something's odd within. That person that I was and this one do not feel the same. Could it be madness, this?
The color of the grave is green, the outer grave, I mean. You would not know it from the field, except it own a stone. To help the found to find it, too infinite asleep, to stop and tell them where it is, but just the daisy deep. The color of the grave is white, the outer grave, I mean. You would not know it from the drifts in winter, till the sun has furrowed out the aisles, then higher than the land, the little dwelling houses rise, where each has left a friend. The color of the grave within, the duplicate, I mean. Not all the snows could make it white, not all the summer's green. You've seen the color, maybe, upon a bonnet bound, when that you met it with before, the ferret cannot find.
'Twas like a maelstrom with a notch that nearer every day kept narrowing its boiling wheel until the agony toyed coolly with the final inch of your delirious hymn, and you dropped, lost, when something broke and let you from a dream. As if a goblin with a gauge kept measuring the hours until you felt your second way, helpless in his paws, and not a sinew stirred could help, and sense was setting numb, when God remembered, and the fiend let go then, overcome. As if your sentence stood pronounced, and you were frozen, led from dungeon's luxury of doubt to gibbets and the dead, and when the film had stitched your eyes, a creature gasped, reprieve. Which anguish was the utterest then, to perish or to live?
I gave myself to him and took himself for pay. The solemn contract of a life was ratified this way. The wealth might disappoint, myself a poorer prove than this great purchaser suspect, the daily own of love. Depreciate the vision, but till the merchant buy, still fable in the isles of spice, the subtle cargoes lie. At least 'tis mutual risk, some found it mutual gain. Sweet debt of life each night to owe, insolvent every noon.
Sunset at night is natural, but sunset on the dawn reverses nature. Master, so midnight's dew at noon, eclipses be predicted, and science bows them in. But do one face us suddenly, Jehovah's watch is wrong.
We grow accustomed to the dark when light is put away, as when the neighbor holds the lamp to witness her goodbye. A moment we uncertain step for newness of the night, then fit our vision to the dark and meet the road erect. And so of larger darknesses, those evenings of the brain, when not a moon disclose a sign or star come out within. The bravest grope a little, and sometimes hit a tree directly in the forehead, but as they learn to see, either the darkness alters or something in the sight adjusts itself to midnight, and life steps almost straight.
You'll know it as you know 'tis noon by glory, as you do the sun, by glory as you will in heaven know God the Father and the Son. By intuition, mightiest things assert themselves, and not by terms, I'm midnight, need the midnight say, I'm sunrise, need the majesty. Omnipotence had not a tongue, his lisp is lightning, and the sun his conversation with the seed. How shall you know? Consult your eye.
A charm invests a face, imperfectly beheld. The lady dare not lift her veil, for fear it be dispelled, but peers beyond her mesh, and wishes and denies, least interview, annul a want that image satisfies.
If I may have it when it's dead, I'll be contented so. If just as soon as breath is out, it shall belong to me. Until they lock it in the grave, 'tis bliss I cannot weigh, for though they lock thee in the grave, myself can own the key. Think of it, lover, I and thee, permitted face to be. After a life, a death we'll say, for death was that, and this is thee. I'll tell thee all, how bald it grew, how midnight felt at first to me, how all the clocks stopped in the world, and sunshine pinched me, 'twas so cold. Then how the grief got sleepy some, as if my soul were deaf and dumb, just making signs across to thee, that this way thou couldst notice me. I'll tell you how I tried to keep a smile, to show you when this deep, all weighted, we look back for play, at those old times in Calvary. Forgive me if the grave comes slow, for coveting to look at thee. Forgive me if to stroke thy frost out vision's paradise.
I read my sentence steadily, reviewed it with my eyes, to see that I had made no mistake in its extremest clause. The date and manner of the shame, and then the pious form that God have mercy on the soul the jury voted him. I made my soul familiar with her extremity, that at the last it should not be a novel agony, but she and death, acquainted, meet tranquilly as friends, salute and pass without a hint, and there the matter ends.
A murmur in the trees, to note, not loud enough for wind, A star not far enough to seek, nor near enough to find. A long, long yellow on the lawn, a hubbub as of feet, not audible as ours to us, but dapperer, more sweet. A hurrying home of little men to houses unperceived. All this and more, if I should tell, would never be believed. Of robins in the trundle bed, how many I espy, whose nightgowns could not hide the wings, although I heard them try. But then I promised ne'er to tell, how could I break my word? So go your way and I'll go mine, no fear you'll miss the road.
It is dead. Find it out of sound, out of sight. Happy? Which is wiser, you or the wind? Conscious? Won't you ask that of the low ground? Homesick? Many meet it, even though them this cannot testify, themselves as dumb.
Not in this world to see his face sounds long, until I read the place where this is said to be but just the primer to a life unopened, rare upon the shelf, clasped yet to him and me. And yet my primer suits me so, I would not choose a book to know than that, be sweeter wise. Might someone else so learned be, and leave me just my ABC, himself could have disguise.
I found the words to every thought I ever had but one, and that defies me as a hand did try to chalk the sun. To races nurtured in the dark, how would your own begin? Can blaze be shown in Cochineal or noon in Mazarin?
I never felt at home below, and in the handsome skies I shall not feel at home, I know. I don't like paradise, because it's Sunday all the time, and recess never comes, and Eden will be so lonesome bright Wednesday afternoons. If God could make a visit or ever took a nap, so not to see us, but they say himself a telescope, perennial beholds us. Myself would run away from him and Holy Ghost and all, but there's the judgment day.
The body grows without, the more convenient way, that if the spirit like to hide, its temple stands alway. Ajar, secure, inviting, it never did betray the soul that asked its shelter in solemn honesty.
I have been hungry all these years. My noon had come to dine. I trembling drew the table near and touched the curious wine. 'Twas this on tables I had seen. When turning hungry home, I looked in windows for the wealth I could not hope for mine. I did not know the ample bread. 'Twas so unlike the crumb the birds and I had often shared in nature's dining room. The plenty hurt me. 'Twas so new. Myself felt ill and awed as berry of a mountain bush transplanted to the road. Nor was I hungry, so I found that hunger was a way of persons outside windows the entering takes away.
Before I got my eye put out, I liked as well to see as other creatures that have eyes and know no other way. But were it told to me today that I might have the sky for mine, I tell you that my heart would split for size of me. The meadows mine, the mountains mine, all forests, stintless stars, as much of noon as I could take between my finite eyes. The motions of the dipping birds, the lightning's jointed road, for mine to look at when I liked, the news would strike me dead. So safer guess, with just my soul upon the window pane, where other creatures put their eyes, incautious of the sun.
Of nearness to her sundered things, the soul has special times, When dimness looks the oddity, distinctness easy seems. The shapes we buried dwell about, familiar in the ruins, untarnished by the sepulchre of motoring playmate comes. And just the jacket that he wore, long buttoned in the mold, since we, old mornings, children played, divided by a world. The grave yields back her robberies. The years are pilfered things. Bright knots of apparitions salute us with their wings. As we, it were, that perished, themselves, had just remained till we rejoined them, and 'twas they, and not ourselves, that mourned.
Tie the strings to my life, my Lord, then I am ready to go. Just a look at the horses, rapid, that will do. Put me in on the firmest side, so I shall never fall, for we must ride to the judgment, and it's partly downhill. But never I mind the steepest, and never I mind the sea, held fast in everlasting race by my own choice and thee. Goodbye to the life I used to live, and the world I used to know, and kiss the hills for me just once. Then I am ready to go.
I like a look of agony because I know it's true. Men do not sham convulsion nor simulate a throe. The eyes glaze once, and that is death, impossible to feign the beads upon the forehead by homely anguish strung.
I felt a funeral in my brain, and mourners to and fro kept treading till it seemed that sense was breaking through. And when they all were seated, a service, like a drum, kept beating, till I thought my mind was going numb. And then I heard them lift a box and creak across my soul with those same boots of lead again. Then space began to toll, as all the heavens were a bell, and being but an ear, and I and silence, some strange race, wrecked solitary here. And then a plank in reason broke, and I dropped down, and hit a world at every plunge, and finished knowing then.
'Tis so appalling, it exhilarates, so over horror it half captivates. The soul stares after it, secure. To know the worst leaves no dread more. To scan a ghost is faint, but grappling conquers it. How easy torment now, suspense kept the song so. The truth is bald and cold, but that will hold. If any are not sure, we shall show them prayer. But we who know, stop hoping now. Looking at death is dying. Just let go the breath, and not the pillow at your cheek, so slumbereth. Others can wrestle, yours is done, and so of woe bleak dreaded come. It sets the fright at liberty, and terrors free. Gay, ghastly holiday.
How noteless men and Pleiads stand, until a sudden sky reveals the fact that one is wrapped forever from the eye. Members of the invisible, existing while we stare in leagueless opportunity, overtakeless as the air. Why didn't we detain them? The heavens with a smile sweep by our disappointed heads without a syllable.
When we stand on the tops of things and, like the trees, look down, the smoke all cleared away from it and mirrors on the scene, just laying light, no soul will wink, except it have the flaw. The sound ones, like the hills, shall stand, no lightning scares away. The perfect nowhere be afraid, they bear their dauntless heads, where others dare not go at noon, protected by their deeds. The stars dare shine occasionally upon a spotted world, and suns go sure for their proof, as if an axle held.
'Twas just this time last year I died. I know I heard the corn when I was carried by the farms. It had the tassels on. I thought how yellow it would look when Richard went to mill, and then I wanted to get out, but something held my will. I thought just how red apples wedged the stubble's joints between, and carts went stooping round the fields to take the pumpkins in. I wondered which would miss me least, and when Thanksgiving came, if Father'd multiply the plates to make an even sum. And would it blur the Christmas glee, my stocking hang too high for any Santa Claus to reach the altitude of me? But this sort grieved myself, and so I thought another way, how just this time, some perfect year, themselves should come to me.
Afraid. Of whom am I afraid? Not death. For who is he? The porter of my father's lodge, as much as abasheth me. Of life, 'twere odd I fear a thing that comprehendeth me in one or two existences, just as the case may be. Of resurrection, is the East afraid to trust the morn with her fastidious forehead, as soon impeach my crown?
He showed me heights I never saw. Wouldst climb, he said? I said, not so. With me, he said, with me? He showed me secrets, morning's nest, the rope the nights were put across. And now, wouldst have me for a guest? I could not find my yes. And then he brake his life, and lo, a light for me did solemn glow, the steadier as my face withdrew. And could I further know?
I dreaded that first robin so, but he is mastered now. I'm some accustomed to him grown. He hurts a little, though. I thought if I could only live till that first shout got by, not all pianos in the woods had power to mangle me. I dared not meet the daffodils, for fear their yellow gown would pierce me with a fashion so foreign to my own. I wished the grass would hurry, so when 'twas time to see, he'd be too tall, the tallest one could stretch to look at me. I could not bear the bee should come. I wished they'd stay away in those dim countries where they go. What word had they for me? They're here, though. Not a creature failed. No blossom stayed away in gentle deference to me, the Queen of Calvary. Each one salutes me as he goes, and I, my childish plumes, lift in bereaved acknowledgement of their unthinking drums.
I would not paint a picture. I'd rather be the one, its bright impossibility to dwell delicious on and wonder how the fingers feel whose rare celestial stir evokes so sweet a torment like sumptuous despair. I would not talk like cornets. I'd rather be the one, raised softly to the ceilings and out and easy on through villages of ether, my self-endued balloon, but by a lip of metal, the pier to my pontoon. Or would I be a poet, its finer, only ear, enamored, impotent, content, the license to revere, a privilege so awful? What would the dower be had I the art to stun myself with bolts of melody?
He touched me, so I lived to know that such a day, permitted so, I groped upon his breast. It was a boundless place to me and silenced, as the awful sea puts minor streams to rest. And now I'm different from before, as if I breathed superior air or brushed a royal gown. Keep going?
Yeah.
My feet, too, that had wandered so, my gypsy face transfigured now to tenderer renown. Into this port, if I might come, Rebecca to Jerusalem, would not so ravished turn, nor Persian, baffled at her shrine, lift such a crucifixal sign to her imperial son. I had the glory.
Okay. I had the glory, that will do, and honor, thought can turn her to, when lesser fames invite. With one long nay, bliss's early shape, deforming, dwindling, gulfing up, time's possibility.
She sights a bird, she chuckles, she flattens, then she crawls. She runs without the look of feet, her eyes increase to balls. Her jaws stir, twitching, hungry. Her teeth can hardly stand. She leaps, but Robin leaped the first. Ah, pussy of the sand, the hope so juicy ripening, you almost bathed your tongue when bliss disclosed 100 toes and fled with every one.
They leave us with the infinite, and he is not a man. His fingers are the size of fists, his fists the size of men. And whom he foundeth with his arm, as Himalaya shall stand, Gibraltar's everlasting shoe poised lightly on his hand. So trust him, comrade, you for you, and I for you and me. Eternity is ample and quick enough, if true.
I'm seated. I've stopped being theirs. The name they dropped upon my face with water in the country church is finished using now. And they can put it with my dolls, my childhood, and the string of spools I've finished threading too. Baptized before without the choice, but this time consciously of grace, unto supremest name, called to my full, the crescent dropped, existence whole arc filled up with one small diadem. My second rank too small the first, crowned, frowning on my father's breast, a half-conscious queen, but this time adequate, erect, with will to choose or to reject, and I choose just a crown.
If anybody's friend be dead, it's sharpest of the theme, the thinking how they walked alive at such and such a time, their costume of a Sunday, some manner of the hair, a prank nobody knew but them, lost in the sepulchre. How warm they were on such a day, you almost feel the date, so short way off it seems, and now they're centuries from that. How pleased they were at what you said. You try to touch the smile and dip your fingers in the frost. When was it? Can you tell? You asked the company to tea, acquaintance, just a few, and chatted close with this grand thing that don't remember you. Past bows and invitations, past interview and vow, past what our self can estimate, that makes the quick of woe.
It was not death, for I stood up, and all the dead lie down. It was not night, for all the bells put out their tongues for noon. It was not frost, for on my flesh I felt sirocco's crawl, nor fire, for just my marble feet could keep a chancel cool. And yet it tasted like them all. The figures I have seen set orderly for burial reminded me of mine, as if my life were shaven and fitted to a frame and could not breathe without a key. And 'twas like midnight, some, when everything that ticked has stopped and space stares all around, or grisly frosts, first autumn morns repeal the beating ground, but most like chaos, stopless, cool, without a chance or spar, or even a report of land to justify despair.
If you were coming in the fall, I'd brush the summer by with half a smile and half a spurn, as housewives do a fly. If I could see you in a year, I'd wind the months in balls and put them each in separate drawers for fear the numbers fuse. If only centuries delayed, I'd count them on my hand, subtracting till my fingers dropped into Van Diemen's land. If certain when this life was out that yours and mine should be, I'd toss it yonder like a rind and take eternity. But now, uncertain of the length of this that is between, it goads me like the goblin bee that will not state its sting.
I felt my life with both my hands to see if it was there. I held my spirit to the glass to prove it possible. I turned my being round and paused at every pound to ask the owner's name, for doubt that I should know the sound. I judged my features, jarred my hair, I pushed my dimples by and waited. If they twinkled back, conviction might of me. I told myself, take courage, friend. That was a former time, but we might learn to like the heaven as well as our old home.
Perhaps I asked too large. I take no less than skies. For earths grow thick as berries in my native town. My basket holds just firmaments. Those dangle easy on my arm, but smaller bundles cram.
A bird came down the walk. He did not know I saw. He bit an angleworm in halves and ate the fellow raw. And then he drank a dew from a convenient grass, and then hopped sidewise to the wall to let a beetle pass. He glanced with rapid eyes that hurried all abroad. They looked like frightened beads, I thought. He stirred his velvet head. Like one in danger, cautious, I offered him a crumb, and he unrolled his feathers and rowed him softer home. Then oars divide the ocean, two silver for a seam, or butterflies off banks of noon leap plashless as they swim.
The soul has bandaged moments when, to a call to stir, she feels some ghastly fright come up and stop and look at her. Salute her with long fingers, caress her freezing hair. Sip, goblin, from the very lips the lover hovered o'er, unworthy that a thought so mean accost a theme so fair. The soul has moments of escape, when bursting all the doors she dances like a bomb abroad and swings upon the hours, as do the bee, delirious born, long dungeon from his rose, touch liberty, then know no more but noon and paradise. The soul's retaken moments, when felon led along with shackles on the plumed feet and staples in the song, the horror welcomes her again. These are not braid of tongue.
Like flowers that heard the news of dews, but never deemed the dripping prize awaited their low brows, or bees that thought the summer's name some rumor of delirium, no summer could for them, or arctic creatures dimly stirred by tropic hint, some traveled bird imported to the wood, or wind's bright signal to the ear, making that homely and severe contented known before. The heaven unexpected come to lives that thought the worshiping a too presumptuous psalm.
It's thoughts and just one heart and old sunshine about, make frugal ones content, and 2 or 3 for company upon a holiday, crowded as sacrament. Books, when the unit spare the tenant long enough. A picture, if it care, itself a gallery too rare for needing more. Flowers to keep the eyes from going awkward when it snows. A bird, if they prefer, though winter fires sing clear as plover to our ear. A landscape not so great to suffocate the eye. A hill, perhaps the profile of a mill turned by the wind, though such are luxuries. Its thoughts and just 2 heart and heaven about, at least a counterfeit, we would not have correct, and immortality can be almost, not quite, content.
I know a place where summer strives with such a practiced frost, she each year leads her daisies back, recording briefly, lost. But when the south wind stirs the pools and struggles in the lanes, her heart misgives her for her vow, and she pours soft refrains into the lap of adamant and spices and the dew that stiffens quietly to quartz upon her amber shoe.
As far from pity as complaint, as cool to speech as stone, as numb to revelation as if my trade were bone. As far from time as history, as near yourself today, as children to the rainbow scarf or sunset's yellow play, to eyelids in the sepulchre, how dumb the dancer lies. What colors revelations break and blaze, the butterflies.
I know that he exists somewhere in silence. He has hid his rare life from our gross eyes. 'Tis an instant's play, 'tis a fond ambush, just to make bliss earn her own surprise. But should the play prove piercing earnest, should the glee glaze in death's stiff stare, would not the fun look too expensive? Would not the jest have crawled too far?
He strained my faith. Did he find it supple? Shook my strong trust. Did it then yield? Hurled my belief. But did he shatter it? Racked with suspense, not a nerve failed. Wrung me with anguish, but I never doubted him, though for what wrong he did never say. Stabbed while I sued his sweet forgiveness. Jesus, it's your little John. Don't you know me?
I tend my flowers for thee, bright absentee. My fuchsia's coral seams rip while the sower dreams. Geraniums tint and spot, low daisies dot my cactus splits her beard to show her throat. Carnations tip their spice, and bees pick up a hyacinth I hid. Puts out a ruffled head, and odors fall from flasks, so small you marvel how they held. Globe roses break their satin flake upon my garden door. Yet thou, not there, I had as leaf they bore, no crimson more. Thy flower be gay, her lord away. It ill becometh me, I'll dwell in calyx gray. How modestly, alway, thy daisy draped for thee.
I envy seas whereon he rides. I envy spokes of wheels of chariots that him convey. I envy crooked hills that gaze upon his journey. How easy all can see what is forbidden utterly as heaven unto me. I envy nests of sparrows that dot his distant eaves, the wealthy fly upon his pane, the happy leaves. that just abroad his window have summer's leave to play, the earrings of Pizarro could not obtain for me. I envy light that wakes him, and bells that boldly ring to tell him it is noon abroad. Myself be noon to him, yet interdict my blossom and abrogate my bee, lest noon in everlasting night drop Gabriel and me.
Those fair fictitious people the women plucked away from our familiar lifetime, the men of ivory, those boys and girls in canvas who stay upon the wall in everlasting keepsake. Can anybody tell? We trust in places perfecter, inheriting delight beyond our faint conjecture, our dizzy estimate. Remembering ourselves, we trust yet blesseder than we, through knowing where we only hope, receiving where we pray. Of expectation also, anticipating us with transport that would be a pain except for holiness, esteeming us as exile, themselves admitting home through gentle miracle of death, the way ourself must come.
Within my garden rides a bird upon a signal wheel, whose spokes a dizzy music make, as 'twere a traveling mill. He never stops, but slackens above the ripest rose, partakes without alighting, and praises as he goes, till every spice is tasted, and then his fairy gig reels in remoter atmospheres, and I rejoin my dog. And he and I perplex us, if positive were we, or bore the garden in the brain, this curiosity. But he, the best logician, refers my clumsy eye to just vibrating blossoms, an exquisite reply.
Is bliss then such abyss? I must not put my foot amiss for fear I spoil my shoe. I'd rather suit my foot than save my boot, for yet to buy another pair is possible at any store. But bliss is sold just once. The patent lost, none buy it any more. Say, foot, decide the point. The lady cross or not? Verdict for boot.
After great pain, a formal feeling comes. The nerves sit ceremonious like tombs. The stiff heart questions, was it he that bore, and yesterday or centuries before? The feet, mechanical, go round, a wooden way of ground or air or aught, regardless grown, a quartz contentment like a stone. This is the hour of lead, remembered if outlived, as freezing persons recollect the snow. First, chill, then stupor, then the letting go.
This world is not conclusion. A species stands beyond, invisible as music, but positive as sound. It beckons and it baffles. Philosophy don't know. And through a riddle, at the last, sagacity must go. To guess it puzzle scholars, to gain it men have borne. Contempt of generations, in crucifixion shown. Faith slips and laughs and rallies, blushes if any see, plucks at a twig of evidence and asks a vain the way. Much gesture from the pulpit, strong hallelujahs roll. Narcotics cannot still the tooth that nibbles at the soul.
It will be summer eventually. Ladies with parasols, sauntering gentlemen with canes, and little girls with dolls will tint the pallid landscape as 'twere a bright bouquet, though drifted deep in Parian the village lies today. The lilacs, bending many a year, will sway with purple load. The bees will not despise the tune their forefathers have hummed. The wild rose redden in the bog, the aster on the hill, her everlasting fashion set, and covenant gentians frill, till summer folds her miracle as women do their gown, or priests adjust the symbols when sacrament is done.
My reward for being was this, my premium, my bliss, an admiralty less, a scepter penniless, and realms just dross. When thrones accost my hands with me, miss me, I'll unroll thee, dominions dowerless beside this grace. Election, vote, the ballots of eternity will show just that.
'Twas the old, old road through pain, that unfrequented one, with many a turn and thorn that stops at heaven. This was the town she passed, there where she rested last, then stepped more fast, the little tracks close pressed, then not so swift, slow, slow, as feet did weary grow, then stopped, no other track. Wait, look, her little book, the leaf at love turned back, her very hat, and this worn shoe just fits the track. Herself, though, fled. Another bed, a short one, women make tonight, in chambers bright, too out of sight, though, for our horse good night, to touch her head.
At least to pray is left. O Jesus in the air, I know not which thy chamber is. I'm knocking everywhere. Thou settest earthquake in the south and maelstrom in the sea. Say, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, hast thou no arm for me?
Better than music, for I who heard it, I was used to the birds before. This was different. 'Twas translation of all tunes I knew and more. 'Twasn't contained like other stanza. No one could play it the second time, but the composer, perfect Mozart, perish with him that keyless rhyme. Children so told how brooks in Eden bubbled a better melody, quaintly infer Eve's great surrender, urging the feet that would not fly. Children matured are wiser mostly. Eden a legend dimly told. Eve and the anguish, grandam's story. But I was telling a tune I heard. Not such a strain the church baptizes when the last saint goes up the aisles. Not such a stanza splits the silence when the redemption strikes her bells. Let me not spill its smallest cadence, humming for promise when alone, humming until my faint rehearsal drop into tune around the throne.
The grass so little has to do, a sphere of simple green with only butterflies to brood and bees to entertain, and stir all day to pretty tunes the breezes fetch along, and hold the sunshine in its lap, and bow to everything, and thread the dews all night like pearl, and make itself so fine a duchess were too common for such a noticing. And even when it die, to pass in odors so divine, as lowly spices gone to sleep, or amulets of pine, and then to dwell in sovereign barns and dream the days away. The grass has so little to do. I wish I were a hay.
All the letters I can write are not fair as this. Syllables of velvet, sentences of plush, depths the ruby undrained, hid lip for thee. Play it were a hummingbird and just sipped me.
I cannot dance upon my toes, no man instructed me, but oftentimes among my mind the glee possesses me, that had I ballet knowledge would put itself abroad in pirouette to blanch a troupe or lay a prima mad. And though I had no gown of gauze, no ringlet to my hair, nor hopped for audiences like birds, one claw upon the air, nor tossed my shape in eider balls, nor rolled on wheels of snow till I was out of sight in sound. The house encore me so, nor any know I know the art I mention, easy here, nor any placard boast me, it's full as opera.
Good morning, midnight. I'm coming home. Day got tired of me. How could I of him? Sunshine was a sweet place. I liked to stay. But morn didn't want me now, so good night, day. I can't I, when the east is red? The hills have a way then that puts the heart abroad. You are not so fair, midnight. I chose day. But please take a little girl. He turned away.
I like to see it lap the miles and lick the valleys up, and stop to feed itself at tanks, and then prodigious step around a pile of mountains and supercilious pier in shanties by the sides of roads, and then a quarry pair to fit its sides and crawl between, complaining all the while in horrid, hooting stanza, then chase itself downhill, and neigh like Borangers, then prompter than a star, stop, docile and impotent, at its own stable door.
It don't sound so terrible quite as it did. I run it over, dead, brain dead. Put it in Latin, left of my school. Seems it don't shriek so under rule. Turn it a little, full in the face. A trouble looks bitterest, shift it just. Say, when tomorrow comes this way, I shall have weighed it down one day. I suppose it will interrupt me some till I get accustomed. But then the tomb, like other new things, shows largest then and smaller by habit. It's shrewder then. Put the thought in advance, a year, how like a fit. Then, murder, where?
I'll clutch and clutch. Next one might be the golden touch. Could take it, diamonds wait. I'm diving just a little late, but stars go slow for night. I'll string you in fine necklace, tiaras make of some, wear you on hem, loop up a countess with you, make a diadem and mend my old one, count, hoard, then lose, and doubt that you are mine, to have the joy of feeling it again. I'll show you at the court, bear you for ornament where women breathe, that every sigh may lift you just as high as I. And when I die in meek array display you, still to show how rich I go, lest skies impeach a wealth so wonderful and banish me.
Taking up the fair ideal just to cast her down, when a fracture we discover or a splintered crown makes the heavens portable and the gods a lie. Doubtless Adam scowled at Eden for his perjury. Cherishing our poor ideal till in purer dress we behold her glorified, comforts search like this, till the broken creatures we adored for whole, stains all washed, transfigured, mended, meet us with a smile.
The moon is distant from the sea, and yet with amber hands she leads him, docile as a boy, along appointed sands. He never misses a degree, obedient to her eye. He comes just so far toward the town, just so far goes away. O Señor, thine the amber hand, and mine the distant sea, obedient to the least command, thine eye impose on me.
It would never be common more, I said. Difference had begun. Many a bitterness had been, but that old sort was done. Or, if it sometime showed as 'twill, upon the downiest morn, such bliss had I for all the years, 'twould give an easier pain. I'd so much joy, I told it, read upon my simple cheek. I felt it publish in my eye, 'twas needless any speak. I walked as wings my body bore, the feet I former used, unnecessary now to me, as boots would be to birds. But I put my pleasure all abroad. I dealt a word of gold to every creature that I met, and dowered all the world. When suddenly my riches shrank, a goblin drank my due. My palaces dropped tenantless, myself was beggared too. I clutched at sounds, I groped at shapes, I touched the tops of films. I felt the wilderness roll back along my golden lines. The sackcloth hangs upon the nail, the frock I used to wear, but where my moment of brocade, my drop of India?
Me, come? My dazzled face in such a shining place. Me, here? My foreign ear, the sounds of welcome there. The saints forget our bashful feet. My holiday shall be that they remember me, my paradise, the fame that they pronounce my name.
Do people molder equally? They bury in the grave? I do believe a species as positively live as I who testify it, deny that I am dead, and fill my lungs for witness from tanks above my head. I say to you, said Jesus, that there be standing here a sort that shall not taste of death. If Jesus was sincere, I need no further argue. The statement of the Lord is not a controvertible. He told me death was dead.
Knows how to forget, but could she teach it? 'Tis the art most of all I should like to know. Long at its Greek, I who poured, patient, rise, still the dunce gods used to know. Mold my slow mind to this comprehension, oddest of sciences book ever bore. How to forget? Ah, to attain it, I would give you all other lore.
We talked as girls do, fond and late. We speculated fair on every subject but the grave, of ours none affair. We handled destinies as cool as we disposers be, and God a quiet party to our authority. But fondest dwelt upon ourself, as we eventual be. When girls to women softly raised, we occupied degree. We parted with a contract to cherish and to write, but heaven made both impossible before another night.
Empty my heart of thee, its single artery. Begin and leave thee out, simply extinction's date. Much billow hath the sea, one Baltic, they subtract thyself in play, and not enough of me is left to put away. Myself meant thee. Erase the root, no tree, thee, then no me, the heavens stripped, eternity's vast pocket picked.
I cried at pity, not at pain. I heard a woman say, "Poor child," and something in her voice convicted me of me. So long I fainted to myself, it seemed the common way, and health and laughter curious things to look at like a toy. To sometimes hear rich people buy and see the parcel rolled and carried we suppose to heaven, for children made of gold, but not to touch or wish for or think of with a sigh, as so-and-so had been to us, had God willed differently. I wish I knew that woman's name, so when she comes this way to hold my life and hold my ears, for fear I hear her say, she's sorry I am dead again, just when the grave and I have sobbed ourselves almost to sleep, our only lullaby. The face I carry with me last, when I go out of time to take my rank by in the West, that face will just be thine. I'll hand it to the angel, that, sir, was my degree. In kingdoms, you have heard the raised referred to possibly. He'll take it, scan it, step aside, return with such a crown as Gabriel never capered at, and beg me put it on. And then he'll turn me round and round to an admiring sky as one that bore her master's name, sufficient royalty.
I took one draught of life. I'll tell you what I paid, precisely in existence, the market price, they said. They weighed me dust by dust. They balanced film with film, then handed me my being's worth, a single dram of heaven.
A train went through a burial gate. A bird broke forth and sang, and trilled and quivered, and shook his throat till all the churchyard rang, and then adjusted his little notes, and bowed and sang again. Doubtless he thought it meet of him to say goodbye to men.
The morning after woe, 'tis frequently the way, surpasses all that rose before for utter jubilee. As nature did not care and piled her blossoms on, the further to parade a joy her victims stared upon. The birds declaimed their tunes, pronouncing every word like hammers. Did they know they fell like litanies of lead? On here and there, a creature, they'd modify the glee to fit some crucifixal clef, some key of Calvary.
Departed to the judgment a mighty afternoon, great clouds like ushers leaning, creation looking on. The flesh surrendered, cancelled, the bodiless begun. Two worlds like audiences disperse and leave the soul alone.
I think the hemlock likes to stand upon a marge of snow. It suits his own austerity and satisfies an awe that men must slake in wilderness and in the desert cloy, an instinct for the hoar, the bald, Lapland's necessity. The hemlock's nature thrives on cold, the gnash of northern winds. It is sweetest nutriment to him, his best Norwegian wines. To satin races he is not, but children on the dawn beneath his tabernacles play, and Dnieper wrestlers run.
Dare you see a soul at the white heat, then crouch within the door? Red is the fire's common tint, but when the quickened ore has sated flame's conditions, she quivers from the forge without a color but the light of unanointed blaze. Least village boasts its blacksmith, whose anvil's even ring stands symbol for the finer forge that soundless tugs within. Refining these impatient ores with hammer and with blaze until the designated light repudiate the forge.
To hear an oriole sing may be a common thing, or only a divine. It is not of the bird who sings the same unheard as unto crowd. The fashion of the ear attireth that adhere in dun or fair. So whether it be rune or whether it be none is of within. The tune is in the tree, the skeptic showeth me. No, sir, in thee.
I reason earth is short and anguish absolute and many hurt, but what of that? I reason we could die. The best vitality cannot excel decay, but what of that? I reason that in heaven, somehow it will be even, some new equation given, but what of that?
To put this world down like a bundle and walk steady away requires energy, possibly agony. 'Tis the scarlet way. Trodden with straight renunciation by the Son of God, later his faint confederates justify the road. Flavors of that old crucifixion, filaments of bloom, Pontius Pilate sowed, strong clusters from Barabbas' tomb. Sacrament saints partook before us, patent every drop, with the brand of the Gentile drinker who endorsed the cup.
Although I put away his life, an ornament too grand for forehead low as mine to wear, this might have been the hand that sowed the flower he preferred, or smoothed a homely pane, or pushed the pebble from his path, or played his chosen tune. On lute the least, the latest, but just his ear could know that whatsoe'er delighted it, I never would let go. The foot to bear his errand, a little boot, I know, would leap abroad like antelope, with just the grant to do. His weariest commandment, a sweeter to obey than hide and seek, or skip to flutes, or all day chase the bee. Your servant, sir, will weary, the surgeon will not come. The world will have its own to do, the dust will vex your fame. The cold will force your tightest door some February day, but say my apron brings the sticks to make your cottage gay. That I may take that promise to paradise with me, to teach the angels avarice, you, sir, taught first to me.
Over and over, like a tune, the recollection plays, drums off the phantom battlements, coronets of paradise. Snatches from baptized generations, cadences too grand, but for the justified processions at the Lord's right hand.
One need not be a chamber to be haunted. One need not be a house. The brain has corridors surpassing material place. Far safer of a midnight meeting, external ghost, than an interior confronting that cooler host. Far safer through an alley gallop, the stones a chase, than moonless, one's a self-encounter in lonesome place. Ourself behind ourself concealed should startle most. Assassin hid in our apartment, but be horrors least. The prudent carries a revolver, he bolts the door, o'erlooking a superior specter more near.
Like some old-fashioned miracle when summertime is done, seems summer's recollection and the affairs of June. As infinite tradition as Cinderella's bays, or Little John of Lincoln Green, or Bluebeard's galleries, her bees have an elusive hum. Her blossoms, like a dream, elate us till we almost weep. So plausible they seem. Her memory, like strains enchant, though orchestra be dumb, the violin in bays replaced, and ear and heaven numb.
The soul selects her own society, then shuts the door to her divine majority, present no more. Unmoved, she notes the chariots pausing at her low gate, unmoved an emperor be kneeling upon her mat. I've known her from an ample nation. Choose one, then close the valves of her attention. Let's don't.
How sick to wait in any place but thine. I knew last night when someone tried to twine, thinking perhaps that I looked tired or alone, or breaking almost with unspoken pain. And I turned ducal. That right was thine. One port suffices for a brig like mine. Ours be the tossing wild through the sea, rather than a mooring unshared by thee. Ours be the cargo unladen here, rather than the spicy isles, and thou not there.
Mine by the right of the white election, mine by the royal seal, mine by the sign in the scarlet prison bars cannot conceal. Mine here in vision and in veto, mine by the grave's repeal, titled, confirmed, delirious charter, mine long as ages steal.
She lay as if at play. Her life had leaped away, intending to return, but not so soon. Her merry arms half dropped, as if for lull of sport, an instant had forgot the trick to start. Her dancing eyes ajar, as if their owner were still sparkling through for fun at you. Her mourning at the door, devising, I am sure, to force her sleep, so light, so deep.
Heaven is so far of the mind that were the mind dissolved, the sight of it by architect could not again be proved. 'Tis vast as our capacity, as fair as our idea. To him of adequate desire, no further 'tis than here.
My years had been from home, and now, before the door I dared not open, lest a face I never saw before stare vacant unto mine, and ask my business there. My business, just a life I left, was such still dwelling there? I fumbled at my nerve. I scanned the windows o'er. The silence like an ocean rolled and broke against my ear. I laughed a wooden laugh that I could fear, adore, who danger and the dead had faced, but never shook before. I fitted to the latch my hand with trembling care, lest back the awful door should spring and leave me in the floor. I moved my fingers off as cautiously as glass and held my ears and like a thief stole, gasping, from the house.
You'll find, when you try to die, the easier to let go, for recollecting such as went, you could not spare, you know. And though their places somewhat filled, as did their marble names with moss, they never grew so full. You chose the newer names. And when this world sets further back as dying, say it does. The former love distincter grows and supersedes the fresh. And thought of them so fair invites, it looks too tawdry grace to stay behind with just the toys we bought to ease their place.
I see thee better in the dark. I do not need a light, the love of thee a prism bee, excelling violet. I see thee better for the years that hunch themselves between the miner's lamp, sufficient be to nullify the mine. And in the grave I see thee best, its little panels be aglow already with the light I held so high for thee. What need of day to those whose dark hath so surpassing sun, it deemed it be continually at the meridian.
Could I do more for thee? Wert thou a bumblebee? Since for the queen have I naught but bouquet.
It would have starved a gnat to live so small as I, and yet I was a living child with food's necessity upon me, like a claw I could no more remove than I could coax a leech away or make a dragon move. Nor, like the gnat, had I the privilege to fly and seek a dinner for myself, how mightier he than I. Nor, like himself, the art upon the window pane to gad my little being out and not begin again.
They shut me up in prose, as when a little girl they put me in the closet, because they liked me still. Still, could themselves have peeped and seen my brain go round, they might as wise have lodged a bird for treason in the pound. Himself has but to will and easy as a star, look down upon captivity and laugh. No more have I.
This was a poet. It is that distills amazing sense from ordinary meanings, an adder so immense from the familiar species that perished by the door. We wonder it was not ourselves arrested it before. Of pictures the discloser, the poet, it is he, entitles us by contrast to ceaseless poverty. Of portions so unconscious the robbing could not harm, himself to him a fortune, exterior to time.
In falling timbers buried, there breathed a man. Outside, the spades were plying, the lungs within. Could he know they sought him? Could they know he breathed? Horrid sand partition, neither could be heard. Never slacked the diggers, but when spades had done, oh, reward of anguish, it was dying then. Many things are fruitless, 'tis a baffling earth, but there is no gratitude like the grace of death.
I died for beauty, but was scarce adjusted in the tomb when one who died for truth was lain in an adjoining room. He questioned softly why I failed. For beauty, I replied, and I for truth. Themself are one. We brethren are, he said. And so, as kinsmen met a night, we talked between the rooms until the moss had reached our lips and covered up our names.
Dreams are well, but waking's better. If one wake at morn, if one wake at midnight, better, dreaming of the dawn. Sweeter the surmising robin's never gladdened tree than a solid dawn confronting, leading to no day.
The outer from the inner derives its magnitude. 'Tis duke or dwarf, according as is the central mood. The fine, unvarying axis that regulates the wheel, those spokes spin more conspicuous and fling a dust the while. The inner paints the outer. The brush without the hand, its picture publishes precise as is the inner brand on fine arterial canvas, a cheek, perchance a brow, the star's whole secret in the lake. Eyes were not meant to know.
At last, to be identified, at last, the lamps upon your side, the rest of life, to see. Past midnight, past the morning star, past sunrise. Ah, what leagues there were between our feet and day.
The Malay took the pearl, not I, the earl. I feared the sea too much, unsanctified to touch. Praying that I might be worthy the destiny, the swarthy fellow swam and bore my jewel home. Home to the hut. What lot had I the jewel got? Borne on a dusky breast, I had not deemed a vest of amber fit. The Negro never knew I wooed it too. to gain or be undone, alike to him, one.
Love, thou art high, I cannot climb thee, but were it two, who knows but we, taking turns at the Chimborazo, Ducal at last, stand up by thee. Love, thou art deep, I cannot cross thee, but were there two instead of one, rower and yacht, some sovereign summer, who knows, but we'd reach the sun. Love, thou art veiled, a few behold thee, smile and alter and prattle and die. Bliss were an oddity without thee, nicknamed by God, eternity.
Our journey had advanced, our feet were almost come to that odd fork in being's road, eternity by term. Our pace took sudden awe, our feet reluctant led. Before were cities, but between the forest of the dead. Retreat was out of hope, behind the sealed route, eternity's white flag before, and God at every gate.
I rose because he sank. I thought it would be opposite, but when his power dropped, my soul grew straight. I cheered my fainting prince. I sang firm, even chants. I helped his film with him. And when the dews drew off that held his forehead stiff, I met him, bomb to bomb. I told him best must pass through this low arch of flesh. No cask so brave it spurned the grave. I told him worlds I knew, where emperors grew, who recollected us if we were true. And so with thews of him and sinew from within, and ways I knew not that I knew, till then I lifted him.
It was given to me by the gods when I was a little girl. They give us presents most, you know, when we are new and small. I kept it in my hand. I never put it down. I did not dare to eat or sleep for fear it would be gone. I heard such words as rich when hurrying to school from lips at corners of the streets, and wrestled with a smile. Rich, 'twas myself was rich, to take the name of gold and gold to own in solid bars. The difference made me bold.
A prison gets to be a friend. Between its ponderous face and ours, a kinsmanship express. And in its narrow eyes, we come to look with gratitude for the appointed beam it deal us, stated as our food, and hungered for the same. We learn to know the planks that answer to our feet, so miserable a sound at first, nor even now so sweet, as plashing in the pools when memory was a boy, but a demurer circuit, a geometric joy. The posture of a key that interrupts the day, to our endeavor not so real, the cheek of liberty. As this phantasm steal, whose features, day and night, are present to us as our own, and as escapeless quite. The narrow round, the stint, the slow exchange of hope, for something passiver, content, too steep for looking up. The liberty we knew, avoided like a dream, too wide for any night but heaven, if that indeed redeem.
Nature sometimes sears a sapling, sometimes scalps a tree. Her green people recollect it when they do not die. Fainter leaves to further seasons dumbly testify. We who have the souls die oftener, not so vitally.
She dealt her pretty words like blades, how glittering they shone, and everyone on bare nerve or wanted with a bone. She never deemed, she hurt. That is not Steele's affair. A vulgar grimace in the flesh, how ill the creatures bear. To ache is human, not polite. The film upon the eye, mortality's old custom. Just locking up to die.
Why do I love you, sir? Because the wind does not require the grass to answer. Wherefore he pass, she cannot keep her place. Because he knows, and do not you, and we know not, enough for us, the wisdom it be so. The lightning never asked an eye, wherefore it shut when he was by, because he knows it cannot speak, and reasons not contained of talk there be preferred by daintier folk. The sunrise, sir, compelleth me, because he's sunrise, and I see, therefore then I love thee.
The Himalaya was known to stoop upon the daisy low, transported with compassion that such a doll should grow, where tent by tent her universe hung out its flags of snow.
We cover thee, sweet face, not that we tire of thee, but that thyself fatigue of us, remember, as thou go. We follow thee until thou notice us no more, and then, reluctant, turn away to con thee o'er and o'er, and blame the scanty love we were content to show, augmented, sweet, 100-fold, if thou wouldst take it now.
Of being is a bird the likest to the down, an easy breeze do put afloat the general heavens upon. It soars and shifts and whirls and measures with the clouds in easy, even, dazzling pace, no different the birds, except a wake of music accompany their feet, as did the down emit a tune for ecstasy of it.
A long, long sleep, a famous sleep, that makes no show for morn, but stretch of limb or stir of lid, an independent one. Was ever idleness like this upon a bank of stone to bask the centuries away, nor once look up for noon?
Without this, there is naught. All others riches be, as is the twitter of bird, heard opposite the sea. I could not care to gain a lesser than the whole, for did not this include themselves, as seems include the ball? Or wished away might be my heart to subdivide, 'twould magnify the gratitude and not reduce the gold.
The name of it is autumn. The hue of it is blood, an artery upon the hill, a vein along the road, great globules in the alleys, and oh, the shower of stain when winds upset the basin and spill the scarlet rain. It sprinkles bonnets far below, it gathers ruddy pools, then eddies like a rose away upon vermilion wheels.
I dwell in possibility, a fairer house than prose, more numerous of windows, superior for doors, of chambers as the cedars, impregnable of eye, and for an everlasting roof the gambrels of the sky, of visitors the fairest, for occupation this, the spreading wide my narrow hands to gather paradise.
A solemn thing within the soul to feel itself get ripe, and golden hang while farther up the maker's ladders stop. And in the orchard far below you hear a bean drop. A wonderful to feel the sun still toiling at the cheek you thought was finished, cool of eye and critical of work. He shifts the stem a little to give your core a look, but solemnest to know your chance in harvest moves a little nearer every sun, the single to some lives.
Whole gulfs of red and fleets of red and crews of solid blood did place about the west tonight as 'twere specific ground, and they appointed creatures in authorized arrays do promptly as a drama that bows and disappears.
My garden, like the beach, denotes there be a sea. That's summer such as these, the pearls she fetches such as me.
That first day when you praised me, sweet, and said that I was strong and could be mighty if I liked, that day, the days among, glows central like a jewel between diverging goals. The minor one that gleamed behind and vaster of the worlds.
To make one's toilet after death has made the toilet cool. Of only taste we cared to please is difficult and still. That's easier than braid the hair and make the bodice gay when eyes that fondled it are wrenched by decalogues away.
'Tis good, the looking back on grief, to re-endure a day we thought the mighty funeral of all conceived joy. To recollect how busy grass did meddle one by one, till all the grief with summer waved, and none could see the stone. And though the woe you have today be larger as the sea exceeds its unremembered drop, their water equally.
I was the slightest in the house. I took the smallest room. At night, my little lamp and book, and one geranium. So stationed, I could catch the mint that never ceased to fall, and just my basket, let me think. I'm sure that this was all. I never spoke unless addressed, and then 'twas brief and low. I could not bear to live aloud. The racket shamed me so. And if it had not been so far, and anyone I knew were going, I had often thought how noteless I could die.
You love the Lord you cannot see. You write him every day a little note when you awake, and further in the day an ample letter, how you miss and would delight to see. But then his house is but a step, and mine's in heaven, you see.
Myself was formed a carpenter in unpretending time. My plane and I together wrought before a builder came. To measure our attainments, had we the art of boards sufficiently developed, he'd hire us at halves. My tools took human faces, the bench where we had toiled, against the man persuaded. We temples build, I said.
We pray to heaven, we prayed of heaven, relate when neighbors die, at what o'clock to heaven they fled. Who saw them? Wherefore fly? Is heaven a place, a sky, a tree? Location's narrow way is for ourselves. Unto the dead there's no geography, but state, endowal, focus, where omnipresence fly.
He fumbles at your soul as players at the keys. Before they drop full music on, he stuns you by degrees, prepares your brittle substance for the ethereal blow, by fainter hammers, further heard, then nearer, then so slow. Your breath has chance to straighten, your brain to bubble cool, deals one imperial thunderbolt that peels your naked soul. When winds hold forests in their paws, the firmaments are still.
Just once, O least request, could adamant refuse so small a grace, so scanty, put so agonized, urged? Would not a god of flint be conscious of a sigh, as down his heaven echoed faint, just once, sweet deity.
Because I could not stop for death, he kindly stopped for me. The carriage held but just ourselves and immortality. We slowly drove, he knew no haste, and I had put away my labor and my leisure too for his civility. We passed the school where children strove at recess in the ring. We passed the fields of gazing grain. We passed the setting sun. Or rather, he passed us. The dews drew quivering and chill, for only gossamer my gown, my tippet only tulle. We paused before a house that seemed a swelling of the ground. The roof was scarcely visible, the cornice in the ground. Since then, 'tis centuries, and yet feels shorter than the day I first surmised the horses' heads were toward eternity.
He fought like those who've naught to lose. He bestowed himself to balls as one who for a further life had not a further use. Invited death with bold attempt, but death was coy of him as other men were coy of death. To him, to live was doom. His comrades shifted like the flakes when gusts reverse the snow, but he was left alive because of greediness to die.
Fame of myself to justify, all other plaudit be superfluous, and incense beyond necessity. Fame of myself to lack, though my name be else supreme, this were an honor honorless, a futile diadem.
Wolfe demanded during dying, which controlled the day? General, the British. Easy, answered he, to die. Montcalm his opposing spirit rendered with a smile. Sweet, said he, my own surrender liberties forestall.
Most she touched me by her muteness. Most she won me by the way she presented her small figure, plea itself for charity. Were a crumb my whole possession, were there famine in the land, were it my resource from starving, could I such a plea withstand? Not upon her knee to thank me sank this beggar from the sky, but the crumb partook, departed, and returned on high. I suppose when sudden such a praise began, 'twas as a space sat singing to herself and men. 'Twas the winged beggar, afterward I learned, to her benefactor, making gratitude.
From blank to blank, a threadless way, I pushed mechanic feet to stop or perish or advance, alike indifferent. If end I gained, it ends beyond, indefinite disclose. I shut my eyes and groped as well. 'Twas lighter to be blind.
The whole of it came not at once. 'Twas murder by degrees. A thrust, and then for a life, a chance, the bliss to cauterize. The cat reprieves the mouse. She eases from her teeth, just long enough for hope to tease, then mashes it to death. 'Tis life's award, to die, contender if once, then dying half, then rallying, for connoisseur eclipse.
He told a homely tale and spotted it with tears. Upon his infant face was set the cicatrice of years. All crumpled was his cheek, no other kiss had known, than flake of snow divided with the red breast of the barn. If mother in the grave, or father on the sea, or father in the firmament, or brethren had he, if commonwealth below or commonwealth above, have missed a barefoot citizen. I've ransomed it alive.
Presentiment is that long shadow on the lawn, indicative that suns go down. The notice to the startled grass that darkness is about to pass.
You constituted time, I deemed eternity. A revelation of yourself, 'twas therefore deity. The absolute removed the relative away, that I unto him himself adjust my slow idolatry.
My faith is larger than the hills, so when the hills decay, my faith must take the purple wheel to show the sun the way. 'Tis first he steps upon the vane, and then upon the hill, and then abroad the world he'll go to do his golden will. And if his yellow feet should miss, the bird would not arise, the flowers would slumber on their stems, no bells have paradise. How dare I therefore stint a faith on which so vast depends, lest firmament should fail for me, the rivet in the bands.
Rests at night the sun from shining, nature and some men. Rest at noon some men, while nature and the sun go on.
The world feels dusty when we stop to die. We want the dew then. Honors taste dry. Flags vex a dying face, but the least fan, stirred by a friend's hand, cools like the rain. Mine be the ministry when thy thirst comes, dews of Thessaly to fetch, and Hebla balms.
To offer brave assistance to lives that stand alone when one has failed to stop them is human, but divine to lend an ample sinew unto a nameless man whose homely benediction no other stopped to earn.
When I hoped, I recollect just the place I stood, at a window facing west, roughest air was good. Not a sleet could bite me, not a frost could cool. Hope it was that kept me warm, not merino shawl. When I feared, I recollect just the day it was. Worlds were lying out to sun, yet how nature froze. Icicles upon my soul, prickled blue and cool. Bird went praising everywhere. Only me was still. And the day that I despaired, this, if I forget, nature will that it be night, after sun has set, darkness intersect her face, and put out her eye, nature hesitate before memory and I.
The wind didn't come from the orchard today, further than that, nor stop to play with the hay, nor threaten a hat. He's a transitive fellow, very, rely on that. If he leave a burr at the door, we know he has climbed a fir. But the fir is where? Declare. Were you ever there? If he bring odors of clovers, and that is his business, not ours, then he has been with the mowers, whetting away the hours to sweet pauses of hay, his way of a June day. If he flings sand and pebble, little boys' hats and stubble, with an occasional steeple, and a horse, get out of the way, I say. Who'd be the fool to stay? Would you be the fool to stay?
The day undressed herself, her garter was of gold, her petticoat of purple, just her dimities as old. Exactly as the world, and yet the newest star, enrolled upon the hemisphere, be wrinkled, much as her. Too near to God to pray, too near to heaven to fear, the Lady of the Occident retired without a care. Her candles so expire, the flickering be seen on ball of mast in foreign port and spire and window pane. The beggar lad dies early. It's somewhat in the cold, and somewhat in the trudging feet, and haply in the world. The cruel, smiling, bowing world that took its cambric way, nor heard the timid cry for bread, sweet lady, charity. Among redeemed children, if trudging feet may stand, the barefoot time forgotten so, the sleet, the bitter wind, the childish hands that teased for pence, life adoring then, to him who never ragged coat did supplicate in vain.
One and one are one, two be finished using, well enough for schools, but for the minor choosing. Life just, or death, or the everlasting, more would be too vast for the souls comprising.
I lived on dread. To those who know, the stimulus there is in danger. Other impetus is numb and vitalless. As 'twere a spur upon the soul, a fear will urge it where to go without the spectre's aid were challenging despair.
It sifts from leaden sieves. It powders all the field. It fills with alabaster wool the wrinkles of the road. It makes an even face of mountain and of plain, unbroken forehead from the east onto the east. Again, it reaches to the fence. It wraps it rail by rail till it is lost in fleeces. It flings a crystal veil on stump and stack and stem, the summer's empty room, acres of joints where harvests were, recordless but for them. It ruffles wrists of poets as ankles of a queen, then stills its artisans like swans, denying they have been.
Like mighty footlights burned the red at bases of the trees, the far theatricals of day exhibiting to these. 'Twas universe that did applaud, while chiefest of the crowd, enabled by his royal dress, myself distinguished God.
A pit, but heaven over it, and heaven beside and heaven abroad, and yet a pit with heaven over it. To stir would be to slip, to look would be to drop, to dream, to sap the prop that holds my chances up. Ah, pit, with heaven over it. The depths is all my thought. I dare not ask my feet. 'Twould start us where we sit so straight you'd scarce suspect it was a pit with fathoms under it. Its circuit just the same, with whose doom, with to whom 'twould start them. We could terrible, but since we got a bomb and held it in our bosom, nay, hold it, it is calm.
A curious cloud surprised the sky. 'Twas like a sheet with horns. The sheet was blue, the antlers gray. It almost touched the lawns. So low it leaned, then statelier drew, and trailed like robes away. A queen adorn a satin isle had not the majesty.
Of Brussels it was not, of Kidderminster, nay. The winds did buy it of the woods, they sold it unto me. It was a gentle price, the poorest could afford. It was within the frugal purse of beggar or of bird. Of small and spicy yards in hue, a mellow dun, of sunshine and of sear composed, but principally of sun. The wind unrolled it fast and spread it on the ground. Upholsterer of the pines is he, upholsterer of the pond.
He found my being, set it up, adjusted it to place, then carved his name upon it, and bade it to the east. Be faithful in his absence, and he would come again, with equipage of amber, that time to take it home.
Unto my books, so good to turn, far ends of tired days, it half endears the abstinence, and pain is missed in praise. As flavors cheer retarded guests with banquetings to be, so spices stimulate the time, till my small library. It may be wilderness without, far feet of failing men, but holiday excludes the night, and it is bells within. I thank these kinsmen of the shelf, their countenances kid, enamor in perspective and satisfy obtained.
The spider holds a silver ball in unperceived hands, and dancing softly to himself, his yarn of pearl unwinds. He plies from knot to knot in unsubstantial trade, supplants our tapestries with his in half the period. An hour too near supreme, his continents of light then dangle from the housewife's broom, his boundaries forgot.
3 times we parted, breath and I. 3 times he would not go, but strove to stir the lifeless fan, the waters strove to stay. 3 times the billows threw me up, then caught me like a ball, then made blue faces in my face and pushed away a sail that crawled leagues off I liked to see, for thinking while I die, how pleasant to behold a thing where human faces be. The waves grew sleepy, breath did not, the winds like children lulled, then sunrise kissed my chrysalis, and I stood up and lived.
There's a pain so utter it swallows substance up, then covers the abyss with trance, so memory can step around across upon it as one within a swoon goes safely where an open eye would drop him bone by bone.
It troubled me as once I was, for I was once a child, concluding how an atom fell, and yet the heavens held. The heavens weighed the most by far, yet blue and solid stood, without a bolt that I could prove. Would giants understand? Life set me larger problems, some I shall keep to solve, till algebra is easier or simpler proved above. Then too be comprehended what sorer puzzled me, why heaven did not break away and tumble blue on me.
A still volcano life that flickered in the night when it was dark enough to do without erasing sight. A quiet earthquake style, too subtle to suspect by nature's this side Naples. The north cannot detect the solemn torrent symbol, the lips that never lie, whose hissing corals part and shut, and cities ooze away.
When I was small, a woman died. Today, her only boy went up from the Potomac, his face all victory. To look at her, how slowly the seasons must have turned, till bullets clipped an angle and he passed quickly round. If pride shall be in paradise, ourself cannot decide. Of their imperial conduct no person testified, but proud in apparition, that woman and her boy pass back and forth before my brain, as even in the sky. I'm confident that bravos perpetual break abroad for barriers remote as this in yonder Maryland.
This is my letter to the world that never wrote to me, the simple news that nature told with tender majesty. Her message is committed to hands I cannot see. For love of her, sweet countrymen, judge tenderly of me.
God made a little gentian. It tried to be a rose and failed, and all the summer laughed. But just before the snows, there rose a purple creature that ravished all the hill, and summer hid her forehead, and mockery was still. The frosts were her condition, the tyrant would not come until the north invoke it. Creator, shall I bloom?
My reward for being was this, my premium, my bliss, an admiralty less, a scepter, penniless, and realms just dross. When thrones accost my hands, with me, miss me, I'll unroll thee, sufficient dynasty, creation powerless, to peer this grace, empire, state, too little dust to dower so great.
It always felt to me a wrong to that old Moses done to let him see the Canaan without the entering. And though in soberer moments no Moses there can be, I'm satisfied the romance and point of injury surpasses sharper stated of Stephen or of Paul, for these were only put to death while God's adroiter will on Moses seemed to fasten with tantalizing play as boy should deal with lesser boy to prove ability. The fault was doubtless Israel's. Myself had banned the tribes and ushered grand old Moses in pentateuchal robes upon the broad procession. 'Twas little he should see, O man on Nebo, late as this, my justice pleads for thee.
I tie my hat, I crease my shawl. Life's little duties do precisely, as the very least were infinite to me. I put new blossoms in the glass and throw the old away. I push a petal from my gown that anchored there I weigh. The time 'twill be still 6 o'clock, so much I have to do, and yet existence some way back struck my ticking through. We cannot put ourself away as a completed man or woman when the errand's done. We came to flesh upon, there may be miles on miles of naught, of action sicker far, to simulate is stinging work. To cover what we are, from science and from surgery, two telescopic eyes to bear on us unshaded for their sake, not for ours. Therefore, we do life's labor, though life's reward be done, with scrupulous exactness to hold our senses on.
The trees like tassels hit and swung. There seemed to rise a tune from miniature creatures accompanying the sun, for psalteries of summer, enamoring the ear. They never yet did satisfy remotest when most fair. The sun shone whole at intervals, then half, then utter hid, as if himself were optional and had estates of cloud, sufficient to enfold him eternally from view, except it were a whim of his to let the orchards grow. A bird sat careless on the fence, one gossiped in the lane. On silver matters charmed a snake, just winding round a stone. Bright flowers slit a calyx and soared upon a stem, like hindred flags sweet hoisted with spices in the hem. 'Twas more, I cannot mention, how mean to those that see Van Dyck's delineation of nature's summer day.
It feels a shame to be alive when men so brave are dead. One envies the distinguished dust permitted such a head. The stone that tells defending whom this Spartan put away what little of him we possessed in pawn for liberty. The price is great, sublimely paid. Do we deserve a thing that lives like dollars must be piled before we may obtain? Are we that weight sufficient worth that such enormous pearl as life dissolved be for us in battle's horrid bowl? It may be a renown to live. I think the men who die, those unsustained saviors, present divinity.
A precious moldering pleasure 'tis to meet an antique book, and just the dress his century wore, a privilege, I think, his venerable hand to take, and warming in our own a passage back or two to make to times when he was young, his quaint opinions to inspect, his thought to ascertain on themes concern our mutual mind, the literature of man. What interested scholars most? What competitions ran when Plato was a certainty and Sophocles a man? When Sappho was a living girl and Beatrice wore the gown that Dante deified, facts centuries before. He traverses familiar as one should come to town and tell you all your dreams were true. He lived where dreams were born. His presence is enchantment. You beg him not to go. Old volumes shake their vellum heads and tantalize. Just so.
I tried to think a lonelier thing than any I had seen, some polar expiation, an omen in the bone of death's tremendous nearness. I probed retrieveless things, my duplicate to borrow, a haggard comfort springs, from the belief that somewhere within the clutch of thought there dwells one other creature of heavenly love forgot. I plucked at our partition as one should pry the walls between himself and horror's twin within opposing cells. I almost strove to clasp his hand, such luxury it grew, that as myself could pity him, perhaps he pitied me.
2 butterflies went out at noon and waltzed upon a farm, then stepped straight through the firmament and rested on a beam, and then together bore away upon a shining sea, though never yet in any port their coming mentioned be. If spoken by the distant bird, if met in ether sea by frigate or by merchantman, no notice was to me.
The day came slow till 5 o'clock, then sprang before the hills. Like kindred rubies, o'er the light, a sudden musket spills. The purple could not keep the east, the sunrise shook abroad. Like breaths of topaz, packed the night, the lady just unrolled. The happy winds their timbrels took, the birds in docile rows, arranged themselves around their prince, the wind, the prince of those. The orchard sparkled like a Jew, how mighty 'twas to be a guest in this sumptuous place, the parlor of the day.
It was a quiet way. He asked if I was his. I made no answer of the tongue, but answer of the eyes. And then he bore me high before this mortal noise, with swiftness as of chariots and distance as of wheels. The world did drop away as counties from the feet of him that leaneth in balloon upon an ether street. The gulf behind was not, the continents were new. Eternity it was before eternity was due.
No seasons were.
That's still mine. Oops, sorry. Eternity it was before eternity was due. No seasons were to us. It was not night nor noon, for sunrise stopped upon the place and fastened it in dawn. Sorry.
I know lives I could miss without a misery, others whose instants wanting would be eternity. The last, a scanty number, 'twould scarcely fill a 2. The first, a gnat's horizon, could easily outgrow.
I'm saying every day, if I should be a queen tomorrow, I'd do this way, and so I deck a little. If it be I wake a bourbon, none on me, Ben supercilious, with "This was she," begged in the marketplace yesterday. Court is a stately place, I've heard men say, so I loop my apron against the majesty with bright pins of buttercut, that not too plain rank overtake me, and perch my tongue on twigs of singing rather high, but this might be my brief term to qualify. Put from my simple speech all plain word, take other accents, as such I heard, though but for the cricket just, and but for the bee, not in all the meadow one accost me. Better to be ready than did next morn meet me in Aragon, my old gown on, and the surprised air rustics wear, summoned unexpectedly to Exeter.
The difference between despair and fear is like the one between the instant of a wreck and when the wreck has been. The mind is smooth, no motion, contented as the eye upon the forehead of a bust that knows it cannot see.
I went to heaven, 'twas a small town, lit with a ruby lathe with down, stiller than the fields at the full dew, beautiful as pictures no man drew. People like the moth of Mechlin, frames, duties of gossamer and eider, names almost contented. I could be among such unique society.
The angle of a landscape that every time I wake, between my curtain and the wall, upon an ample crack, like a Venetian waiting, accosts my open eye, is just a bough of apples held slanting in the sky. The pattern of a chimney, the forehead of a hill, sometimes a vein's forefinger, but that's occasional. The seasons shift my picture upon my emerald bough. I wake to find no emeralds then, diamonds, which the snow from polar caskets fetched me, the chimney and the hill, and just the steeple's finger. These never stir at all.
The soul unto itself is an imperial friend, or the most agonizing spy an enemy could send. Secure against its own, no treason it can fear. Itself, its sovereign, of itself the soul should stand in awe.
We see comparatively the thing so towering high, we could not grasp its segment unaided yesterday. This morning's finer verdict makes scarcely worth the toil, a furrow our Cordillera, our Apennine a knoll. Perhaps 'tis kindly done us, the anguish and the loss, the wrenching for his firmament, the thing belonged to us, to spare these striding spirits some morning of chagrin, the waking in a gnat's embrace, our giants further on.
Of course I prayed, and did God care? He cared as much as on the air a bird had stamped her foot and cried, "Give me." My reason, life, I had not had, but for yourself. 'Twere better charity to leave me in the atom's tomb, merry and naught and gay and numb, than this smart misery.
I'm sorry for the dead today. In such congenial times, old neighbors have at fences. It's time of year for hay, and broad, sunburned acquaintance discourse between the toil and laugh, a homely species that makes the fences smile. It seems so straight to lie away from all the noise of fields, the busy carts, the fragrant cocks, the mower's meter steals. A trouble lest they're homesick, those farmers and their wives, set separate from the farming and all the neighbors' lives. I wonder if the sepulchre don't feel a lonesome way when men and boys in carts in June go down the fields to hay.
You cannot put a fire out. A thing that can ignite can go itself without a fan. upon the slowest night. You cannot fold a flood and put it in a drawer, because the winds would find it out and tell your cedar floor.
We dream. It is good we are dreaming. It would hurt us were we awake. But since it is playing kill us, and we are playing shriek, what harm? Men die externally. It is a truth of blood. But we are dying in drama, and drama is never dead. Cautious, we jar each other, and either open the eyes, lest the phantasm prove the mistake, and the livid surprise cool us to shafts of granite. Just an age and name, and perhaps a phrase in Egyptian. It's prudenter to dream.
If ever the lid gets off my head and lets the brain away, the fellow will go where he belonged, without a hint from me. And the world, if the world be looking on, will see how far from home it is possible for sense to live, the soul there all the time.